I don't give a Dom, you found it today? Damn, dog. You should be making content. You should be making some content, bro.
If I am not late, did I really show up?
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Safari hat on. Here she comes.
Event planning detective, searching for truth. She's a lot like moss, she'll grow on you. She's just a girl with ADHD, educated in the cornfield, allegedly. Marsh clocking hundreds of messages in the AM. He's probably rolling his eyes, but y'all pray for him.
Don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb. Don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Safari hat on. Here she comes.
So bear with me.
In my opinion, allegedly. I don't give a damn.
I don't give a Dom. I do. Speaking of I don't give a Dom, did you ever put your story out? I'd like to read it or see it, watch it.
Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for coming this weekend. I do have things backwards. I knew my camera was going to do that as soon as that happened. So yay for that. I have things switched up today so that you do not have to look at the side of my face. And I have no idea why it's continuing. I'm turning that off. I knew that was going to keep happening. So that should be better. And thank you for coming. I see some new faces in here. So today what I'm going to go over is the second half of the drawings that we analyzed that were pretty dense. And then I have a few other things on the board today if we get to all of it. I'm going to try not to talk super long, but don't quote me on that. Mother's Day is tomorrow, and I would like to get up early to spend some time with my mother-in-law and my family and not be a grouch in the morning. So I am working on having a set schedule as well, and right now it's looking like Saturdays and Tuesdays, with Tuesdays being a lighter, more fun topic, like do you like Velveeta or Kraft mac and cheese? Or how do you feel about airplanes? And I mean literally everything about airplanes, like what seat you like to sit in, airplane etiquette, why do people stand up as soon as the plane lands? Also, why do people not freaking clap when somebody lands a plane? I can't land a plane. So I would like to know why the world no longer claps when people land an airplane. So thank you so much for coming. And ramen, I used to call it ramen, is the best way to watch YouTube. I love eating ramen noodles after going live, or Kraft mac and cheese. And they are both super unhealthy, but they are an easy late night snack. Yeah, I will never trust anyone that tells me they like Velveeta over Kraft mac and cheese. If you tell me that you like Velveeta over Kraft mac and cheese, that's like saying that's like saying you're an Android user. And I know one of those. I'm surprised he didn't unmute himself just then. So oh, I'm so sorry to hear that you're on a liquid diet for 6 weeks, Melissa. I'm so sorry. Well, Squirrely, at least you like the Kraft, so that's all that counts. Just forget that you like Velveeta. Unless you're talking about Androids, then I'm judging you just a little bit. And that's only because I'm too dumb to properly use an Android phone. There's too much going on, too much customization, and I don't care about customizing my phone that much. Okay. So today we're going to review part 2 of Lance's drawings. I have my Google, I think it's called Google Earth. It's the difference between Google Earth and Google Maps. And I'm going to pull that up because, like a crazy person, I mapped all the cameras around the hospital in the important areas in Orem, Utah. And then I have a few tweets that correlate to what we're talking about today and a little bit more information about accurate energetic systems and the report and findings that came out. Because the last time I spoke about it, I was under the impression that the investigation was still ongoing, but the document that we went over, as much as it said update, seems to be the last and final piece to that investigation with accurate energetic systems, which I think is a little bit bizarre with everything that went on and just how vague that report is, in my opinion. So we're just going to get right into it. So okay. So right now I have this side by side because I am going to go over the map portion of this first because, oh, that's nice. Okay. Okay. This is so fun because this is like backwards from what I always do. I love this for me and you guys because you're just looking at the side of my face, even though I moved this so you weren't looking at the side of my face. So that's really fun for all of us today. Yay. It's because I'm looking way in the wrong spot. All right. All the way up here. Doo-doo-doo. All right. So we are going to. Nope. Yeah, that is it. Don't ask me for directions, obviously. I am not the person you want to ask for directions. All right. And I'm going to make sure. It's kind of funny because you're looking at the side of my face way more than you would have because I'm like, oh, yeah. Oh, okay. No. No. All right. It's this button. Are you as discombobulated as I am? Just kidding. Okay. I think I got it now. Yay. So fun. Could someone call me the designated driver, please? Okay. My husband does usually drive for me. Number one, because I like to go fast. I mean, my name is Dom, like Fast and Furious. And number two, yeah, don't ask me for directions. Well, Squirrely, you're welcome. It's like being drunk without being drunk. Thank you for coming if you're new. And also nothing against androids, honestly, at all. Nothing against them. I was just joking. I do think it is also silly how much an iPhone costs. It's ridiculous. And I want to get rid of my phone anyways. I'm switching to an unsmartphone. So, and probably getting an iPad. I already have an iPad, but I mean like one with data in case I need it when I leave the house or to still be able to FaceTime and everything else. Even though I have Mac products otherwise, I don't know. Listen, I do use an iPhone, usually with a case, but if I have to set it up on the thing, I have it off of the case. But I just don't feel like I need to always be connected to the rest of the world. If the world needs me or if you need to get a hold of me, you can. Otherwise, you can wait, is how I feel about it. So I am also a passenger princess to the max. And I have the best driver ever. So I'm going to make this bigger. Oh, thanks, Marsh. Yeah, I really want my husband thinks I'm crazy, but I really want a pink Razr flip phone because my mom never let me have one. My mom never let me have one. Allison, I know we need to find the new freaking dirt and we need to get out there and get digging. And they don't even care about us that want to get out there, want to know what's in the soil, and they just don't care. They don't care. It's not thorough enough. Kind of like UVU, to be honest. So, I have both of these things side by side, and the reason why I do is now I'm realizing that one is a little bit upside down. So, Marsh, could you do me a really big favor and copy this second one right here and turn it to be the same orientation bigger outside of the box so that I can have it blown up, please? Yeah. This one that you were just on right here. Yes. Thank you. That's nice. That's so fun. That's great. It needs to be... How do I? You guys are going to see me struggle with my computer skills. All right. Oh, wait. He did have it right. I didn't trust him. That's so funny. He's like, what are you doing? I'm laughing. All right. Wait, what did I do? This is so fun. Not really. 1 second. Ooh, there. Ooh, ooh, ooh. No. This is why I don't play video games. Why does it feel so discombobulated? Marsh, this is hectic. This is why I don't drive. What are you doing? I want it to be the same overall. I know. So over on the right, the second screen to the right. I have not done a single puzzle, and this is why. So over what I have on the right, Marsh, I want the aerial view of this dotted picture to be, yeah, the same. Mm-hmm. Okay, can we also crop it? Because I don't know if we can. I bet you can. I can't, obviously, because I can't even. Thank you. It's going to mess me up. And then make it bigger. Perfect. Okay. Okay. And then zooming out. Okay. I feel a lot less discombobulated. Oh, and I zoomed in. Also, guys, just so you know, just scooch to the left. Okay, thanks, JK. I know. You can talk now. Thank you. Thank you so much, Marsh. I have honey on my hands, and I think it's from my tea. And it got on my hand. I can't get it off. It's been the most annoying thing. I have been sitting here with honey on this side of it. Happens all the time when I'm sitting here, where a little bit of it somehow from my Starbucks will get on me, and then it will get on my desk, and then it will get on my mouse pad. And it's just this huge thing where I'm sitting here trying to clean it, and I'll like bleach wipe myself, and then there will always be like some leftover. And it happens all the time. My husband's probably laughing hearing about it because it happens almost every time I come in here and record, actually. It happens often. So what I wanted to show by all of that discombobulated mess that just happened is when we're looking at what the news is reporting over here on this left side, and I do have it cited throughout this, so we'll talk about that in a second. And then what is over on the Google Earth drawing, I do think that it's very accurate to what was reported upon by multiple people, and the narrative that we were told as well throughout this whole story. And then the reason why I think that it is more important than people are talking about is, yes, even though these now I'm going to have issues zooming in because of my honey hands. But when we look at these drawings that we went over with Lance, the thing that I started to really notice is that there are all of these dots throughout all of these works of art, may you call them. And I started to realize that the dots almost seem to correlate to the exact places on the Utah Valley University campus that were told these things happened. So this drawing, even though we have it over on the left, and I can go back to it here in a little bit, and it's upside down here, the dots almost seem to line up perfectly with these spots in the drawing of where the weapon is put over here by the woods, by where the roof access happens on campus. And it's really interesting when you think about someone kneeling here, taking a shot from this position after they would have to go upstairs and access the roof through a second set of stairs back here, and then jump off the roof over here. And when you're looking throughout all of these drawings, if you're picturing it at a 20,000-foot view, at a bird's eye view, I feel like it's almost undeniable that you can see the same type of drops. I mean, you have the same, if you're just looking at the main three, and even if you twist it upside down or you're looking at it a different way, you can see that there is this angle going on here that is the same exact angle from this to this. Or you could look at it otherwise and say that it's going from this dot to this dot. And then the pictures that are around it, I think, are a lot more alarming. So you almost have a walkway going on right here, which is the same thing as this. I think it's Helldivers type cheat code thing or whatever, or switchback stairs, which you do have stairs that you have to go up to this hallway on. And then you have another dot where it has this walkway to get to the roof. And then it says director, the F word, noise or nice, and then the straight front view, which would be from, so you could either look at it from this way or this way, after you see what looks like a sniper barrel rifle viewpoint right here with the lines going to either the dot that's over here where it says something thrower, or this robot looking thing with a Quidditch little, I forget what that thing's called in Quidditch, and someone saying stop Jesus thing or stop Jesus sting, and 1042. I don't want to say that this shows that a certain person that is the artist did it, because I don't necessarily, that's why I don't drive, why I don't necessarily believe it. But what I do want to say is whoever planted these drawings or whoever drew them or put them where they needed to be, I do think had firsthand knowledge of what was going on. And I think it's pretty clear when you look throughout all of them. So even if I zoom out, I'm an artist. I can see it perfectly. Thank you, Susan. Thank you. What kind of art do you draw? And I think that it's pretty prevalent. I mean, the circles are not just in one of these as well. Like they're in, this one has the same type of circles where you also have the arrows, you have the continuous triangles throughout all of these. I think that was the main one I did them with, but there's a few. I'm trying to not chew my gum in the microphone, so I'm sorry if I just did. And these are the ones we went over last time. But I will say the angle is almost throughout the entire thing. So, good question. Date of the drawing, we have no idea. We were just told from the Anon Bird Substack that, let me go to that. So, the text messages between Turkey Tom and who is Anon Bird on Substack that posted these are September 25th, 2025 are the date that he's texting with this person. However, it just says he started leaving little papers around the house that he had scribbled on while giggling and drawing these like an apparent madman. But I mean, okay, I'm going to pull these up over here. I feel like it's also pretty undeniable through all of them, even not with what we have over here. You see the same type of drawings throughout all of it. Like, it's not just some random gibberish where you're hyper focusing on one thing and it shows to me a plan or foreknowledge. And I feel like there's no way that these could really be post if nobody was in the home the night that it happened. Because wasn't the arrest like a day after? And then the weird thing is if this person was in their home taking these before, these would have had to have been like at least a month before, I would assume. And when he says leaving tiny papers around, I just think that, let me go to it. Yeah, it just says he was leaving them around the house. I don't know. He also didn't sleep that much, I guess. But you can see the dots throughout all of it. I don't know if you want to call them dots or circles. I mean, they're right here. Those, I think, are more like just placements. But it has a lot of the same, the angle, dot, STFU, look. Another angle there. The angle here, that's the exact angle of here versus where the same type of angle you're seeing right here. So if we zoom in here and here, if we're just focusing on, I think you guys can see my mouse, not very well. Okay. So if we're just focusing on this little part right here, I think you guys can see that on the right side of this. And then you're focusing on this. And then you look straight ahead. So we're going from this part of the triangle right here to, oh, my head's in the way. So this part of the triangle. Whoa, why does my thing do that? It gets like super big and super small. Whatever. So we're looking right here. We're going straight ahead. That's right here. And the weird thing is you also almost see like so you see a triangle. And then the weird thing to me from this viewpoint is you kind of see like, I don't know if this is supposed to be a tent and like two stakes over each side. So like a tunnel or something. But to me, the way I look at it is this is either you're entering the roof on this left side here. So like this is the back, and then you come up here to squat and do whatever you're doing because it says whatever this is, there's an arrow and STFU again. And then you see the triangle over here where look is at. Either way, if you're looking on this right side from where the person is supposed to be on the roof to where Charlie was at is where this microphone is, and it's like a straight shot and there's angles on both of them. So you have the tip of a triangle here, and then you have the angle of a building here. And it could just be a coincidence. Maybe this guy's just really obsessed with triangles. I don't know. I don't really think it's possible to be that obsessed with the triangle. The other thing with the cylinder thing is I don't know. Because from some of the things that I have read more and more about with the things from accurate energetic systems and secondary explosions and everything else, I think I'm more and more convinced that maybe the mainstream narrative is not true at all. And I'm not married to one over the other. I sadly, in my heart, I think Charlie is no longer with us. And something happened. But for me, it's more the why and who did it rather than the how. So I think that that's all you can solve at this point. And there will be paper trails of certain aspects of it. So there are quite a few things, I mean, even in these sticky notes that I think are super weird. Because, like, again, we have the weird up, down, up arrows, another dot here, dot, dot. I mean, there's just so much going on. This one, I'm not going to say what I want to say about this right here, but okay. I'm going to zoom out of this one. I don't want to say anything that I wouldn't want to say. All right. So I'm just going to go over these and go over what our initial thoughts were looking at those. And then we're going to look at all of the cameras and why it's a little bit ironic that some of these things have not already been released to the public versus other things, and why I thought it was weird that they're not in the upcoming trial. So, yes. So you right here is where you're saying there is a circle, but the circle's off center to where the triangle's at a little bit, in my opinion. If we're looking at this, I think that that circle is more where the sound system is, and Charlie would have been more right here. Because if this is the triangle, or if this is like as a whole here, I would think that this like scribble is Charlie, this is the sound system, and this is Frank Turek, which could make, well, I don't know that that actually makes sense looking at all of this, but that's just how I view it looking at it real quick. But I saw that in the comment, Susan. But these triangles are all throughout. And maybe he just really likes baseball. Seems to be a lot of people with baseball and softball fields hanging around their backgrounds. You're very welcome, Susan. The action around the cylinder, I have no idea. But it is an arrow. That's a little bit weird. And then there's an arrow up here too. So I just had the weirdest thought. Okay. I've stared at these so long, and you just made me think of something else, Allison, but when I'm so the worst video I've ever made, I've made a lot of bad videos, let me tell you. Most will never see the light of day, especially if they're pre-recorded. I deleted them because I'm just not, and I know that I'm a rambler, so if you don't like it, I'm probably not for you, sadly. And I'm not good with a script, but I will say, even though Marsh thinks that I'm continuously reading his fake scripts that don't exist, there's a video I have on YouTube that I could pull up that has absolutely no sound. And I remember working so hard on it, and my husband was like, "There's no sound. Are you not going to talk over any of that or anything?" And I was like, "No. People just need to take it all in." And most people don't like that. But what I'm realizing is those two arrows and those two triangles are kind of correlating to this spot right here and this spot right here, where there are these very bizarre men standing that have the most bizarre behavior I have ever seen. I mean, I'm going to pull it up real quick. We can watch it. You're going to get bored. You're going to get real bored, and it's on my channel, so you can go watch it. I should probably delete it. Where is that at? Videos. All right. So let me pull it up. Oops. 1 second. All right. So I'm going to hit play. And there's no sound. So I promise I'm not going to burp. Make sure there's absolutely no sound. So this is up on the balcony. And you see these 3 men up here not really move at all. And it's not like fight, flight, freeze. They're not really doing anything. And they're almost baffled that they're caught on camera here. And then, so I was like, why do I not see these guys in other images or pictures? And then when I reviewed it with the Life is Driving footage, I found it to be even more bizarre because they sit there and they huddle together in the most, I don't know what they're doing type of way. And then they almost run together, and it just seems to make no sense to me. And it's kind of around the same time you see that drone type thing move through the air that we've all seen. That's the second time you see it. And it almost looks like they're sitting there and they're packing something up, or they're hiding something between them. Ignore that red circle that was over there. See, I wasn't very great at making videos. It's very bizarre because I think that you just react a little bit differently than sitting there. I mean, the way that they're going back and forth, and then they kind of go across each other multiple times, and then they're talking to each other. And you can see that, I mean, this behavior right here is just very. And I do think one of them could have been security, but I don't think all of them are, because I'm laughing at, he's walking and then he starts, yeah, this is what I did. So I hope that you're laughing at the video right now. I hope that I did. I wanted to find footage of this man. I'm like, who is this man? What is he holding in his hands right there? Because it does look like he's holding something in his hands. Why does this guy, what are they doing? Who are they? Why does he look so angry that his picture's being taken when somebody just got shot? And why is the other guy just looking over there so casual? It doesn't make any sense to me. They're just sitting there. Who are they? I would just like to know. And then, yeah, I do think that the drones are really weird looking at some of these. Yeah, I had to put a graphic. I was like, drone. Okay. That was a thought that I had throughout this because it just doesn't make sense to me. Oh, I put it in slow-mo even. He could be holding a walkie-talkie. I think that you would have a little bit more of a reaction. I have no idea, objective, why that just happened. I see that comment, so I will go back and look. So I'm sorry that happened. I think it could be Allison, but again, I don't want to. What is this? Oh, it's a different video. I was like, what is that? I was like, what in the heck? The Substack's all over the place. Oh, it's because it's that whole thing now. That's nice. Okay. So we're going to go back to the drawings and what we saw, and then I'll have a side by side if we need to. But I'm going to just share this half of the. Oh, I figured you were. In case you were, I was just wanted to know. I don't want someone to say that I said that, but everyone is allowed to have their own opinion on it. I'm all here for that. So we have the second half of these drawings. I'm going to try to make it not as dense as it was before because I also lost my voice talking about these works of art, and that's what they are, is art. So we're just going to go right into it. So I'm going to start from the left so that it's not hectic and you guys don't get whiplash. I think these are the ones that oh, guys, we almost did the same thing we did the other day. I felt like I already went over that. Okay. So I'm going to start from the top left, and I hope no one is now seasick from the boat we're on. But I have this first one by squirrel. I do want to note, again, there is a triangular vantage point that we see here, and also what looks like a music note, again, over here on the left side of the screen, over the scribbles that are under the scribbles that seem to be covering up everything else. And Marsh is saying, this is an antenna, and also who the F draws on sticky notepads like a book? That's a good question. I have no idea. I do have sticky notes over on the right side of my desk, but I'm not drawing on them like they're a book. I've also never drew on a book before. I've drawn in a notepad, but yeah, sorry, squirrely wifey. I have a squirrel friend, and it's kind of a joke because I apparently am the squirrel with my ADHD, and that's why they picked a squirrel. Hey, feds, where's the cats? What in the world is that even up there for? Oh, because they didn't put cats in here? I'm so confused by that one. So this one's one that I went over, and I did notice the music symbol right here, and then the X pi or E pi. And I wanted to note, I keep clicking on this and it's really annoying me. All right. I'm sure it's not annoying you at all. So I'm sorry about that. So pi is the mathematical constant that most of us know is 3.14, and it's an irrational number because it just goes on forever. Yeah, see? You don't chew blue goo. You don't want it held against you. I know. But I don't think chew blue goo that you would ever be in this position. So I think that you're probably good to scribble all you want and draw all you want. I also like to draw, but I think you'll be good. I did want to note though, if it is an E with a pi, The thing that I found a little bit interesting, because if you look upside down, there's kind of an E pi over here. There's this, and I'm not good at math. I'm usually guessing when I'm doing math. But I was like, what could that mean? Is that something if we're looking at it? And there is this thing that's Gelfand's constant. And in mathematics, the constant is named after a Gelfand, and it is E pi. And that is E raised to the power of pi, like both E and pi. And this constant is a transcendental number. It was first established by Gelfand and now may be considered as an application of his theorem, noting that is where I is the imaginary unit. So I did find that to be a little bit interesting because we kind of see X pi and then we see E pi, a sloppier pi, going on here. If the meeting is long, I don't tear the Post-its, I keep them together. I actually do kind of feel that a little bit. And Chew Blue Goo, I know you were not hanging out with vets, so we're good on that one. Where did I see this objective alchemy? Where are you saying that there is a Russian F on here? I'm going to actually look up Russian F. Sorry, I want to hold that up. Oh. Well, yeah, hold on. Ooh, where'd that go? You just made I'm really silent right now because you just made a lot of thoughts go through my head looking at this. So, no math. I know. No math. No math. Well, Lancelot is also an interesting name when you look at what the whole story is as well. Yeah, I thought we were paused until we saw you blink. Yeah, there's a whole Russian alphabet. I'm gonna actually thank you, Marsh. Hold on, I'm gonna zoom out and copy it in. So, are we in this one over here? Oh, I did that way big. Way big, way too big. So I'm gonna put this right here and then I'll take it away for a second. But when we're looking at this, I found that to be real bizarre. All of these things are over it. That's great. I'm gonna put it over here to the left so that it's not in the arrows. Okay. So the thing that I was just thinking in my head was just like, oh my freaking gosh, what is going on here with all of these? So I feel like, in March, I don't know if you want to draw them as I point to them over here on the sticky note or like an arrow to it maybe. But I do see a Russian F from here to here where this is at. And then I see a lot of other things that I'm like, okay, how would you say this person's name in a different language? But I'm having other thoughts too because I feel like it also looks like an L in Russian a little bit too when I'm looking at what that one looks like. And then one of them I even think looks like the upside down TS, and I don't know if that means it's a C or it's a TS, or that's how we say it in English and it's like the equivalent in Russian. Oh. That's interesting. Was literally typing, did she freeze? Yeah, I'm sorry. This is so interesting. Because we I think that those letters could also look like a different language too. Yep. Like a ZQ in another language that starts with an H. Not a R. I don't know what to think about this. And a T, because the T is an X for Tav. All right. I'm going to have to, because also if we're talking about modern Hebrew and I'm looking at what could be the letter P or L in Russia, and I'm looking at this sticky note, to me, it looks a lot more like the T in modern Hebrew. Okay. There are different colors of ink and there are different pencils on this side too. So it's a little bit weird. And Greek's an interesting one too. Greek symbols. So we'll have to go back through these, or I can always do a live on something else that's not on YouTube, because I just sat here in silence. I feel so bad. I sat here in silence thinking through that. Marsha's always like, "Don't do that." I'm joking. He doesn't do that. We know you can't say that she brewed coffee. In the heck? What is that? Yeah, it's really interesting because I felt like I also saw a ZQ, which is a interesting name for a Zachariah, going on here. And then in Greek, I do see pi, like, or phi. I see pi and phi, actually. I do know the Greek alphabet sadly, pretty well. Because I was a sorority girl. I could sing you the song, but I'll spare you. I don't know what to think about this. I can't think about it because I'm gonna ruin the whole show. I do think, Allison, that it could be just the music symbol, but I am seeing these other symbols that are super weird, and I guess I didn't even think about them being in a different language for some reason. But yeah, it is kind of weird, especially when someone's saying Greek, because omega is on here a few times. And yeah, okay. And it's also interesting when I think about the Greek obsession too, with a different aspect, implausible deniability with Russian. Marsh, let's erase the Russian thing. I don't want to go there anymore. I'm going to have to think about this separately without going into that, because I don't want to get caught up in that. No offense. You're going to get that song in my head, the theta. I'm going to start being like alpha, beta, and clapping at you. I'm joking. I will 100% spare you. Thanks, Marsh. Okay. So I'm going to go on. We're going to keep going, but that's what I saw there. I also did want to mention Bree, I believe, is the one that pointed out in a few of these, and we went over it last time. So thanks for going on that detour with us. The sniper rifle, I'm saying too much. The barrel of a sniper rifle apparently looks like this right side here, with a line and other lines through it. Would not know. Never played a video game that has one of those in it. And yeah, I don't know. There's a lot. Oh, you're pointing over there, Marsh. Why are you pointing over there? Oh, why are you okay? You want me to look at this right here? Why do you want me to look at this? You just want me to look at it? Are you pranking me right now? 100% pranking me right now. Nope, not pranking me. I don't know. I see. Oh, are you bringing something? Oh, thank you. I was like, what is going on, sir? Okay, it's a rifle sight for snipers. So thank you very much, Bree. Thank you, Marsh, for being in the background, and Marsh for telepathically with your mouse telling me what's going on, because I was under the impression I had no idea what was going on per usual. So yeah, this is what that looks like. If you're not aware, I'm not aware. Shot a gun one time and cried. So that's the story of me doing that. I know, disappointed my father. All right. So then moving on to a new drawing. What I have here is Squirrel, and he says likes playing with words. And this does seem to be on here a few times. I mean, we see patience and a virtue. I also see, just looking at this, sins right here, SINS, and it's almost like there's like a triangle with a line, and sins going, and it's going through sins from another area, which makes me uncomfortable thinking about it. When you're looking at this dot to the line, I feel like you could take that a lot of different ways. But he's also showing a cross here, or another viewpoint. And I feel like if you're looking at it from the aerial view, I mean, it is pretty damning. I'm going to pull this up on both. I'm going to share my screen on over on the right. So if I'm sharing my screen with these two that are going on here, if we're focused on, I'm like zoomed in too much to both of them, I guess. All right there. This viewpoint kind of goes away. I don't know why, but it always does. So if we're focused on this left half of the screen first, and we're looking at it either way. So if we're looking at it kind of upside down on the left to the right. So if we're looking at it like someone's in position right here at the top of this sticky note, and Charlie is right here in this triangle down at the bottom of the sticky note, then it is the same aerial view in my opinion. And then also you could look at it just looking at the viewpoint of the bottom of this sticky note, from either Charlie being in this triangle, there being two buildings, and another building essentially connecting to the other one you would have to get on to the viewpoint of where you would be versus where Charlie is at. I don't know. I don't want to think about it too much, because I do think that these could just be doodles of a crazy person. And Spiral Guy is a Tool fan. He may be a Tool fan. I didn't see tools that looked super I don't know if he really knows what work is, to be honest with you, looking at this table and looking at some of these drawings, unless he is some type of intel asset or something. He's also saying sleep in on this top right side, which I found to be interesting. I really think it could be easy. I see the mouse over there, so I didn't know if I needed to look. Sorry, Marsh. All right, there we go. Oh, okay. Why is that relevant to this? Where is that? Fool or tool? I'm trying to see. Don't ever play charades with me because I'm going to be like, what do you mean? What tool is a band? Oh, okay. I don't know how I was supposed to know that. I thought you meant literal tools, guys. Literal tools. I was like, what? I do think the concrete pad could have been the drawing, but again, the concrete pad was not there. It was not a concrete pad at that time. And you can see it from this aerial viewpoint. There was no concrete here at the time of this photo. And it was pavers that were put in there. It wasn't actual concrete. I did find it to be super weird that you would put pavers in where there is grass after something like that. I think that you could have redone the grass and that would have been a more normal thing, but to do it the way you did it, I just felt like it was pretty distasteful, and pretty disrespectful to a mourning site as well. So it is kind of weird. By the trees. What do you mean by the trees? By the trees what? These two trees over here, Susan? The aerial view is crazy when you're looking at the difference. And I felt crazy when I realized that. And honestly, until I made they're really horrible graphics, but I made graphics that I referenced at the very beginning to show Marsh what I meant because I think he thought I was schizophrenic. And I was like, no, I promise. Like, I keep seeing this throughout. I'm going to have to listen to this tool band because the spiral thing is that lyrics we're seeing on here? Oh, thanks, Marsh. That's really nice. You put that in my name. Oh, spiral engine is right there. It's interesting. There was a bunch of plastic. I think it's growing on me too. And with the accurate energetic systems and the secondary explosive type thing and how that would work with detonation based on what I went over in the last video, I do think that there's a lot more possibly to that. The other problem is, though, the only reason why I think some of these theories are interesting is because it could lead to further paper trails. However, again, at the end of the day, the only thing that will be plausible evidence to figure out what happened are things that we can prove. So we can't go back to that day. And I think that unless we're time travelers, and if any of you are, please let me know because I'm going to go back and buy some Bitcoin or something and sell it before the crash. But I do think rewatching footage and certain things is not necessarily helpful because there's a lot more to different aspects of this whole case. I mean, you have a lot of a political landscape, you have a lot going on with the permits with certain things, you have a lot more with who is taking funding from who created Utah's public defender system or helped with that, who has passed troubled teen laws in Utah, and which state benefits the most from troubled teens and troubled teens facilities. And believe it or not, Utah is like one of the number one places where you can send your troubled teen. I think statistically, Utah is the most popular place, at least it was when I looked. And they've had a lot of issues with their troubled teen facilities and deaths of teens being drugged, and they are not allowed to leave unless their parents say, if they are not 18. So there's a lot that goes into this. And I think when you look at some of Charlie Kirk's tweets and his viewpoint of Spencer Cox, and you look at who was at the first press conferences with Kash Patel, that is very suspicious to me. And I don't think that you would also say that this is a politically charged event without knowing who the suspect was, if they did not know. And if Tyler Robinson is the one that did it, I would like to know how this is politically charged and how they would know it's politically charged by the time of that first press conference, because it doesn't make any sense to me. And it's not appropriate to say something like that. And it's also not appropriate to say that you are going to pursue the death penalty when you are not the person that gets to decide that. So it's inappropriate all around, and it makes no sense. And I really wish people would read their job descriptions, especially the ones that they run for, because it's either you want to do the job or not, or maybe go back and try to be an actor again. You know, there's a lot of different things you can do in life. Do them well or don't do them at all, is how I feel about it. So that was a little bit harsh probably, but I don't really care. All right, moving on to the next drawing before I dig a little bit too hard into what I'm doing the next episode on. We have my AI said tool lyric content. The lyrics explicitly reference spirals. We'll ride the spiral to the end, reflecting themes of expansion and consciousness. But I don't know. Chew blue goo, that makes me feel weird. I don't like it. That's what that means. Because that's real weird in context of this. I mean, I'm grateful that you looked that up, but I don't like that that's what that means. Also, if it's like a rock song that's screaming a lot, I probably won't listen to it. But I do mess with divorced dad playlists all the time. That sounded horrible how I first said that, but like on Spotify, I like light rock. And if you're looking up light rock, I feel like sometimes it's not always light rock. So I have like a divorced dad playlist that I saved that's like, you know, music that your dad would listen to that they just jam out to. That's a good question, Miss Nicole. Marsh, if you want to save that comment, we can go over that a different time. But I do think that there is some stuff that we could look into with that, but I don't have information on that today. My assistant will listen to it about the Tool song. That's funny. You saw Tool in concert in Salt Lake City in 2000. Well, thank you for coming, Harmony. I am not a concert fan because I don't know what to do with my hands. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. So yeah, I used to go to concerts here and there with my friends in college, but I was always drunk. So I think that's the only reason I really liked them. So when we're looking at the next sticky note and what I saw in here, I saw patience is a virtue. And then I also saw, I don't know where I'm seeing SNC at in here. What the frick did I see that in here? I didn't point to it where I saw that, Marsh. I feel crazy unless you see it. But I also saw in here time finally to tune. I thought that was really weird with the sounds that happen at the very beginning of what takes place on Utah Valley University. Yeah, but the weird thing is I'm like, why SNC? So I like did it that way. That doesn't make any sense why I thought I saw that. I feel like I saw it somewhere else. There's got to be something else I saw, maybe. That's crazy. All right, I didn't draw the arrow because I suck at arrows. I don't think that's what I saw. Art. Everyone sees something different. It's kind of like when you were in junior high and you had to read Shakespeare, and your teacher was telling you what Shakespeare was saying, and really, I'm sure the dude just wanted to cuddle with a naked lady. That's what I feel like art sometimes is. People want it to have a lot more meaning than it does sometimes, when sometimes it's just what somebody put up on here. I am not wondering where all the divorced dads are. I am very happily married, so I did not mean it in that way, but I do think that those are the best playlists on Spotify if you're wanting like light rock to listen to. But Chew Blue Goo, maybe you will find the love of your life, a divorced father, by liking his playlist on Spotify. I don't even know how you would connect with someone that way, but maybe that's the new dating scene. I don't know. I'm rooting for it though. I'm rooting for it. I feel like that may be the way. That may be the way. So that's funny, squirrely wifey, because I feel like some of these could be that as well. It does run on a little bit. So what I saw is all of the commas that are on here. And I saw just, and then what I saw is time finally to tune. And there's a comma after each one. But then it was like time finally to tune in not. And I was like, what? So when I looked up the acronym of the ones that are not scribbled out, and this is actually from the military, there's a lot of different acronyms that you could find. And the one that I found to be the most interesting was that tactical firearms training team, because I feel like that could make sense with the story that's going on here. But I also think it would be just as interesting for, I mean, some of these other things, like Tales from the Tavern. Maybe Lance just really likes taverns if he drew these. It would be a love story for the ages. I do think that would be. Yeah, I do think so. Marsh did underline sleep in, and I think Bree might have, nope, that was a different one. So he did underline sleep in, and I mean, there are a lot of other things in here that are scribbled over, which I thought were a little bit weird. So are we ever going to know? Probably not, but I like this one that says dance or Lance. Nudity Lance. I don't know. He should have been a doctor like his grandpa, because he has horrible handwriting. I've never. All right, so then moving on, Bree, she saw dance over here. And then spiral ingenuity, she saw around. And then she also saw just time finally to tune in not, and patience, virtue, and sleep in as well. I also want to note this guy seems very dehydrated with the lines on his hands. So let's all pray for him that he drinks some water. Also, I just realized I have both of these open. So 1 second. My manager didn't yell at me yet. Okay. So there we go. And then, all right. So the next one we have here is a pickaxe or an object and a weapon. That's kind of what Marsh is seeing right here from this like walkway type thing to a box. Every time I look at these, I feel like I get more and more convinced that that is exactly what this is, because it does actually look exactly like the top of that spot of the building. That is so nuts. Okay. So the other thing we would like to point out here is a couple episodes ago, I covered Ben Twiggs Hogen, who is Lance Twiggs' first cousin twice removed, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but it's in the video. And he is a man of many talents. I mean, seriously, he puts the rest of us to shame. He went to medical school. He went to law school. He has 2 LinkedIns. One, he's a Lyft driver, and in another one, he's done all of these things, and he is in the Twiggs family. His mother is Jerry Twiggs. I think it's Jerry Twiggs' daughter, who was the politician in Idaho, and that's how the relation is there. He resides in Arizona, and his mother does too, and so does his father, from what I understand. And what Marsh saw looking at this, he also is a wonderful reader. If you look up those videos and go to listen to him, I can pull one of those up right now if you'd like to see his wonderful voice with all of this. But Marsh saw his symbol in here, and I'm gonna tell you, I do see his symbol going on right there. And it made me very uncomfortable because let me just pull it up. So, right here. It's gone. No way. 1 second. I'm gonna try to pull it up. I'm gonna put this on for a second. Marsh, why are those not coming up? Is his YouTube down? I'm pretty sure it's down. That's actually the craziest thing ever. That this is just like down. I don't even know what to think about that. So there is, I think I have it pulled up right here. Well, I don't think I have it of him reading pulled up. I hate hearing my voice on camera. So this is great that I don't have it pulled up, but I'm pretty sure I have it unlisted. So 1 second. Hold, please. We're just doing a lot of holding. Today we're going slow and having a chill weekend. Where is that? It's right here. Okay, so this is I hope you're ready to see who Ben is if you already don't know. I don't know what the comments were, but if you want to look away, you may want to look away. You may want to look away. Wait, Patty Cakes, do you know him? He is the demon chaser. He is the demon chaser. I do know about the court case as well. I also think. All right, so I'm going to play this. I hope you're all ready.
The facilitator holding the board is subconsciously moving it, providing subtle physical and verbal cues that dictate every single letter selected. Joseph and Franco and the facilitators in his network are using nonverbal autistic individuals as living, breathing Ouija boards.
Isn't Lance Twiggs?
This is literal ventriloquism. They are erasing the true identity and the actual bodily autonomy of these disabled individuals, entirely overriding their silent voices and with the facilitator's own religious and political scripts. FFOZ then amplifies this ventriloquism to the globe, utilizing the deep emotional resonance of individuals.
I need Botox again. My forehead is now.
First of all, does anyone even know what the Tao is?
Oh no.
It is like an over. Okay, sorry. Sorry you had to see me get aggressive about what the freaking Tao is. So I did not realize that you were here the last time. So that's really interesting. For a minute, I thought that you knew who he was, Patty Cakes, and I was about to be like, girl, you need to call me right now. Please, 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 please call me. I just realized you can see my pillow behind me that I have me propped up on. I have a pillow there. I'm sitting on two pillows, and I have two pillows to the right of me because I wanted to be comfy and propped up and not have bad posture on camera. So I'm cheating, just so you all know. For a second, I got really nervous during that video too because it was an unpublished clip, and I was like, is that the one that Marsh put on there that I burped? And I was about to be really embarrassed if you saw that. So I am also not convinced that he would just read those things for no reason. And I do find it really interesting that it could be possible that someone paid him to make those videos for some reason. And I think that it's a really easy way to look guilty of other things for that reason. So I don't want to jump to any conclusions on that. He is slurring a little bit, which could be a sign of being nervous. Your girl can't read well on the microphone either. So just trying to be God's advocate with that one. I also think if you've had horrible things happen to you that you do feel, almost sick to your stomach and probably drunk reading something like that happening to other people, especially people in his family, were autistic, which we are getting reports that Lance was apparently. And yeah, I think there's a lot of different reasons that could be why. I will say what I did find to be most interesting about Ben is the fact that I don't understand how all of these people end up in Arizona. I don't know. I guess I don't know that many people from Arizona. He doesn't really seem like a drinker to me. Maybe more like intoxicated or on a medication that he was put on. I do think that's also possible, Patty Cakes. Reading about Project Artichoke and some of the things last week with Loomer, I do think that it is possible that you would target somebody who would not realize even more the social aspects of human interactions and have a hard time picking up on that. If you had I'm really bad at knowing if someone's being sarcastic, and I prefer straightforward friendships. And I think that it would be really easy for an autistic person or someone that is autistic to take advantage of others or to be taken advantage of in those ways. So Yeah, I think that it's a little bit crazy. And then, okay, so I do think it's weird looking at the dot. Oh, you can't see what I can see. Awkward. Okay, so all right. So then, moving on to the other sticky notes, I feel like I cannot comment on uh what's in the comment section right now, and there's nothing against it. I just honestly I don't know because I don't know what they said the reason was. There are a lot of rules with YouTube, and I don't know how that works with I know the AI keeps getting brought up and everything, so I'm not really sure. I know that technically if you don't have I was a little bit worried about that, but I have not gotten a warning or anything myself as well. But when you look at the rules and different things, I do feel like if one of the people that had been impersonated in one of those videos, so like somebody from Turning Point that was upset, I do think there are certain rules with AI and impersonating people technically, but I don't know. So there are a ton of rules with YouTube. They would be the best ones to know. And I'm sure that Fleet will come out and say something about that because I have no idea. But I was a little bit worried about that. I do love the video. It made my entire weekend when she made it. There's a lot of rules that are coming out about AI, and I think that with YouTube, they're learning about what to do with it as well because some people do use AI, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. But I also think that that's kind of by design because if people are relying on it for certain things and then they take it away, what are you going to do? Is what I feel like they were trying to do to put people almost in a intentional or unintentional type chokehold type thing. It is very sad. I do think it's terribly sad because she's extremely gifted. And I love Fleet. So all right. Okay, so I just can't oh, I don't know. I really have no idea. I did tell her I had no idea when it happened a few days ago. I'm not really on if there was an update or something, I'm not really on social media that much. I try to not be on it a lot as well. So, it is kind of like an HOA, but sometimes HOAs make things nicer for people and sometimes there are annoying nuances with it, and that's why people, like, paint their dead shrubs green as well. So, um, looking at this next one, I did not draw anything on it, but I did wanna note as we're looking at it that there are still some of the same weird circles. I do feel like you could easily look at this, like, where the stairs are at. So if we're looking at this whole thing from an aerial viewpoint and you are going up the stairs here-ish where we see that video, I don't know if you can see any of this. A diamond frame specifically denotes hostile enemy unit. That is so interesting. Wow. So the song was not posted on my account. It was collaborated with me. So I do see that question in there. Wow, this is so interesting about this whole freaking thing that you're saying. Objective alchemy, are you in the military? I did think there's a lot of circles. There's a lot of circles. And I don't know, that's just something I'm saying. I honestly don't. I honestly have no idea, sadly. So I do want to say the diamond thing that was just brought up is really interesting because if you were going up here, so like if someone was entering campus up here, the stairs are right here. Time to finally turn around. I'm not spiraling. Then say annuity, which means I tell you chance. That's crazy, Matthew, that you're saying that. That is honestly nuts. That's interesting you say this about the diamonds because I feel like that's throughout. But again, I keep going back and forth on sharing. I tried to share my screen so that I could have 2 screens up because I have multiple screens. You would be surprised how difficult it is to be sharing all the things at once. So if we're looking at it like this and you were over... Wait, can I draw on here? What the heck? Wait, I can? No, I can't. Yes, I can. Add item. A camera slot. Oh, okay. I'm not going to press more buttons while I'm on here. Marsha's going to be like, Dom, what are you doing? Anyways, though. So this is a really good comment. And then if we're looking at right here, going up where you would have to enter on the stairway, you do essentially... So again, looking at it from an aerial view, you would have to go up, enter through the second set of stairs. So you have the first set of stairs, you go up the sidewalk, you enter the second set of stairs to get onto the roof of the LOC Center. And then this is why I don't drive. If you're moving forward, you would go to this same exact point where there's even an X. And kind of the same front like symbol going on here with a cross straight off. I just had more thoughts looking at that way. With the RO. Okay. I'm overthinking it, per usual. But I'm just saying, don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. These drawings are the weirdest things I've ever seen in my life. All right. Moving on to what other people... Sorry, I'm trying not to get too distracted, but I will look through these again. That is so crazy. Okay, Marsh, can you note these objective alchemy things for later too, please? So that I can look at those, because we have a few more. Oh my gosh, it's already 11 o'clock. You guys stared at me being silent for that long? All right. And I'm never silent, so that's kind of funny. So this is what Squirrel saw. Uncker's up at the top. I'm alone. I felt like that could be read many ways, like I'm being loaned or I am alone. So I think that that's possible. I'm going to share the one screen so that it's bigger because I'm seeing this happening again. Okay. And then Marsh is also seeing an antenna over here and a search monitor, a search weather monitor. So an anometer measures wind, speed, and direction, which I found to be super interesting depending on what you're looking at. With drones, there's a lot of things you would need. And then Marsh is also seeing what he thinks may be a Tesla coil right here. Interesting when you also think about the drawings being on a Tesla book. So some of the things I saw in this next one, I saw I'm alone too. That's why I made that comment. I see suckers up here. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking a little bit differently. I also kept seeing the triangular like aerial view throughout this entire thing. So I did see that quite a bit. And I do think this even looks like where you would go to get up on that. I also saw stopping in the bottom left. Like it's almost, this is more of a directional thing. And then over here, I saw do anything for me, which I found to be really interesting. Marsh also sees an antenna in this one. Moving on to the next one. And good call, ? So really weird. I keep seeing what I think are foreign letters now that I'm going to have to go back and look at because of those comments earlier. What I saw in this next one is an aerial view almost here and here, looking at the drawings and where the buildings were versus where the star is at right here, going over this one. And in this one on the left, really disgustingly, I see an aerial view of the building, the LOC Center, to where the courtyard is at in the straight line from A to B, sadly. And I don't like that. So that is what I see when I'm looking at this in an aerial view. Maybe I'm just weird. I don't know. I stared at these way too long the first time I saw these after Baron did a show on them. I do think that they could be planted. I do think they could be possibly not even by Lance. But what I will say is I think whoever drew these did know what was going to happen. So and that's what's interesting about art. I mean, you could look at these a million times and see different things, but I do feel like they show the same patterns. I'm really interested in this skeleton thing. What I would like to do, what I think would be fun is, I don't know if Marsh wants to put the Discord link in here. I think all of you are already in there. I think it would be fun to look over these and hear people's thoughts on them, like on a call on a Friday night or something, whenever you guys or whenever most people would want to do it. The other thing, Patty Cakes, about the comment you just said, phones could have seen it. Yes, maybe. But the way that certain electronic systems work, things could be completely removed off your phone without you knowing it, or your phone could not work. So that is also a very possible thing, especially when you look into the Carbine software and how that works. So, and where that came from and who bought it. I think that's a really weird story too. So next here we have another antenna going on, or a curved sniper view rifle thingamabob. You can tell I'm not a shooter. And Marsh sees explicit with a big cross. I do think Rutgers is something that I've talked about before. Lance is always in Rutgers sweats. It could be something with Skull and Bones. I don't think Rutgers has Skull and Bones. I think that's a Yale thing. But I do think your memory being wiped is a very common MK Ultra thing. Marsh also sees anxiety, and there's a lot more letters I see looking at this again and again. So I'm going to try to not get too caught up in that and just go over what we have in our notes here. I like how I put this. I put NOP, so that's nice. I don't know what now I'm seeing that may be like nope with a weird E up here that's scribbled out. And then I put, is this a person with a pew pew up here? When I look at this, I literally see a person with two arms like this, like bending down, like you would be down there to get a shot. So I think that's a little bit bizarre when you think about the placement of this, because you almost see like X marks the spot. And then, so over here on this right side is where you see someone bending down on the building. It's a little bit weird because you see kind of like this line that looks like the bent rifle barrel viewpoint. I don't know if this is like an explosion or something, but I do think EXP, explicit, a big cross. I don't know. And then what I saw here, and you're probably going to think, Dom, you're a weirdo. I do see the triangle again, and I'm like, is this a person laying down on the ground? Is this a person laying down on the ground? And my notes when I saw this were, is this Charlie? So it's interesting when you look at all of it in a whole, and that probably sounds insane, but I'm like, I don't know why that would be that way. So then, moving down to the ones that we have down here, Bree found, or Bree put these notes on here. She put that she sees, I miss my BF too much. That could be best friend or boyfriend. And then she sees TY. So tie, separate, divide, help, stabilize, and calm down is what she sees. I also am seeing this stick figure again and again. And you see that same diagonal line from the stick figure to the X throughout all these. So, all right. These are what I saw. I pointed out stabilize, calm down, separate, divide, help, and then miss my BDD. What does that even mean? BDD. What did I see? BDD. Miss my BDD. I think I meant to put BF. What the freaking frack, dude? Miss my BDD. What is that? Baby daddy? What does that mean? That's interesting that you say that. That is really weird, because that would be the next step. Baby daddy. I don't think baby daddy, I don't know what the frick BDD. BDD. All right. Moving on. Moving on. Marsh saw a metallic pen in here being used. Miss my BF too much. He did not see BDD. He was not thinking of the baby daddy. And then he saw separate and help, because there are two lines in between where divide is at. So it's basically like separate and help, but divide is dividing them, is what he's saying here in this middle part. I miss my BF too much. Oh, sorry. You did. You did say that. I miss my BF too much. I saw BDD somewhere, or I just had a typo. That's embarrassing that I saw that, Brie. I see that in the comments. You're like, I don't know what you saw, Dom. I have no idea what you saw on that. I don't either. Okay. And then Marsh said written with Fextra. Fextra? I don't know what that means, but I like it. written with fixtra. Okay. I didn't draw a single thing on this one. Because I feel like it's scribbled over so many times. I do see like, I feel like you can see stop in it and kind of ion here. There's arrows in it. There's words under these scribbles where it looked like someone tried to completely cover up what was on here. All was in here. I mean, it looks like stops in there again. Nice. Now, this one is what I would picture somebody that's mentally ill to draw. So, Marsh is seeing a different style and medium on this one. I am too. I'm also seeing like crayons and stuff. I don't really know, but I don't like it. Okay. On this one's one that I have notes on. I saw stop searching for. And then move out is what I see looking at this right side or this left side. And sharpen self is what I see looking right here. I will also say, I did not think about this until today. And the one thing I will say is there was a video this week where someone was wearing a sweater that said OP. And when I was reviewing this before I was about to hit go live, I did notice the arrow with OP. And that was something that I thought about being a little bit weird. Self, OP, and an arrow. I think it could just mean op. I think it's probably just a crazy coincidence. I have no idea, read better. I think there's like a short time frame if you tried to send too many messages like right in a row. The rules are pretty laxed. Just no like F word and stuff because my little cousins do sometimes watch this. And I just want it to be a space where their parents don't hate me forever. So I'm sorry about that. If that's why. I don't know why, but I can go and look afterwards as well. So my notes were over here on this, on the left side mainly. There's a lot of thoughts I have on the right side too, but it's all a little bit harder to really talk about. And then I also see minute on here. Again, I keep seeing the same aerial view when we're looking at the Google Maps or Google Earth, I guess. And then I saw, is this on this left one or the right one? Move it, friends. Okay. So on this right side of the sticky note, I see move it, friends, right here. I'm going to put it over it so you can see as I pull it away. It's a little bit hard to see because it's in this green. Or make it, friends. It's either move or made it, friends, which I find to be a little bit weird. We have the music symbol again. We have the same weird circle stuff with the building being at a weird point. I'm like, what's going on here? With a cross and a diagonal thing. I also saw, I don't think NJ was on this left one. It is NJ right here. Smile at friends is weird if he's smiling at friends or he's being told to smile at friends. Honestly, that is kind of crazy. Dubert was one I think someone else has on their notes here in a second. I saw learn on here. I thought that was weird. It's like learn and there's arrows that go with it and like this weird spiral thing. And then out with an arrow. Set is on there. Minute. I think I already said that one. And then, okay. So when I was looking at this, the one thing I did also notice is I felt like I saw axe. So I looked up Maybe it's axe spray. Maybe he thinks he's going to be a little bit sneaky, or whoever's doing this. But I did think that it was possible that it could be the weird telecommunications company, or a reference to something with that, with what some speculations are on here. You would need special telecommunications equipment. And then the word X is something that I noticed in this drawing, and I don't even know where it's at now because I didn't draw another arrow. So I hope that you have brought your thinking hat and your patience hat tonight, because you need a lot of it with me. Oh, X right here. I also wanted to know X in a military terminology typically stands for exercise, apparently. I'm not in the military. This is just what I found on the internet. So full disclosure, it does say that it is a training activity or a drill conducted by the military forces to practice and enhance their operational capabilities. I would like to think the military would not do anything like this, but that doesn't mean that military members that are retired wouldn't. Marsh saw smile at friends on here. So I know someone said that in the comments. And and then story is right here, and that's one I saw, and over it's in there again. And it's really weird because it's like scribbles over other words. I'm like, damn, I wish that they were not scribbled over. I'm sorry, I just said the D word. It's kind of funny because I have a potty mouth and I try to not cuss on air. So, moving on to this next one, I saw text to mommy, and I was a little bit better about the arrows in here. YOLO, you only live once. I also felt like I was seeing a cross in this one after YOLO. So YOLO cross X to mommy, or text to mommy, is what I feel like you could easily see there. Out for good was weird to me because it's like out for and then good going down here towards the point. Yes, I have, Susan, but I feel like it's also just speculation at that point too. So I could publish each of these with an overlay of the Google Earth view, or kind of around it, pointing to it. I was talking to Marsh about doing it in a way where it was with the opacity as well. And for crying out loud, don't feel bad that you're behind. It's okay. It's better to be late than never show up. And I didn't even say it, but if I'm not late, did I even show up? I didn't even say that at the beginning. That's awkward. So don't apologize for that. And okay. So I did also see Ken over here in the box at the bottom. And a kin is used uniquely to identify military equipment and supplies, ensuring accurate tracking and management of items within military logistics. Apparently, and again, I'm not a military member, never been in the military. I didn't even ask a military member these questions. So I guess I should have, because I could have probably called up at least one person I know and been like, yo, does this mean this? But this is from some pretty credible sources that I found for acronyms. One of them was geared just towards military acronyms. And this system helps in maintaining the inventory and facilitating the distribution of military gear. So I thought that that was a little bit weird. It's all weird. It's all weird, though. Marsh in this one saw the gaming mat. So obviously a gamer. And then this X or cross with no notes other than the X or the cross. So laughing internally because he's just as bad as me sometimes. And now he's probably going to draw it right now to fix it and pretend like I was wrong. All right. And then STFUs on here again. I saw look with an arrow and an angle on here, and then STFU again. And I'm like, bro, how many times? I think this was one that was up at the top as well that we already kind of went over. And then we're almost to the end, believe it or not. Marsh is seeing this down, up, down arrow again that's on the map right here. So up here where I was showing you earlier that I think that that could be plausible if you're looking at from an aerial view, the stairway to the roof on the UVU campus to take you straight to the LOC Center, that same arrow is right here on this sticky note. That could be one of those flip books. I saw someone saying that. The weird thing about someone saying that too is this is glued to a weird, what I would consider like a bookend. And I feel like it's a little bit bizarre when you're looking at a bookend that may not be a bookend and could be the little box that's in one of these drawings, I think, that I went over the last time, but I'll try to go to it. It says, listen to box. Where's that at? I think it's up here. I thought I just heard my dog. I'm going to be embarrassed if you guys hear her cry. Where is that at? We're going on a journey. Stop looking for others. Where was that at? Math and her honk. Marsh, where is that at? Journey plays songs. Oh my gosh. If this is this, I would literally die, patty cakes. I tell you, patty cakes, I have never had more cat accounts follow me in my life. And I mean, after I spoke about that, literal cat accounts. And those are always the ones saying nasty things to me too. And I'm just like, that's bizarre. But I think I actually, for crying out loud, I don't think that could be, because I think I know you. I think I know you. But I don't know if you were here when I talked about the whole Katana thing with Lance having a username of Katana on a gaming profile, which was spelled like cat, C-A-T, but the Katana weapon is spelled K-A-T, so it's a little bit bizarre. So was not making fun of you, promise. Promise as well. But if you are Lance, welcome to the show. I hope you think you are as interesting as we do. Dude, Marsh, where is your mouse? Where? Oh, have I been oh, it's over here, dude, this whole time? The listen to box? No. The listen to... Oh, great. I zoomed into your beautiful drawing over there. No, it was on a full... No, it was in the last one. It was up top. We're gonna look for it. You know, it's funny. I think it's probably up on the very, very top ones that I didn't even go to. Yeah. All right. That's why. That's funny, isn't it? So, if we're looking at the ones that I originally Objective Alchemy, I will look at it. It's probably just because you sent too many messages in a row. So I feel bad that that happened. I will look into that. It should be on a short timer. So I don't know why it would have done that as well. So this small box go to listen to is really weird to me when we see that weird black box type thing that looks like a plastic out, what would you call that, shell of a box kind of going on as well. So I don't know. And I do think that this is a really interesting interesting take as well. So hmm. That's interesting. All right. I need to stop reading the comments because I'm I'm gonna sit here and you're gonna stare at me being silent. Which I'm sure all of you would love to do because sometimes I talk too much. And now we're going back to the end of this. So this is the box I was just talking about where I'm like, it's weird that these sticky notes are on there. When it says stop, go listen to the little box. Is this the little box? Like you're supposed to flip through these weird Post-it notes? I don't know. It's a little bit weird to me. And it's glued upright as Marsh was showing. And on the map, it's that same weird area. And then this is what Bree is seeing on this one. So she's seeing too much, work it out. She's seeing too much, work it out, then reevaluate, then or them, and then X or ET, spell it. So it's kind of going down here. She's also seeing over here, and I thought this was interesting, ETA. I want to know, looking at it from this view, I feel like that looks like a jail cell or something. It's a little bit weird. And then she also sees instead right here. Instead. And okay, that was her notes on that one. I clicked on it and I messed all this up again. All right. And then what I saw looking at this is ETA, too much. I saw that too. I do see some weird foreign symbols now looking at this. And then reevaluate, I also saw this. Them spell it, question mark. I was questioning that. I do think you can see the weird coil or almost like a directional like thing here as well. And I think that you could even see that under the weird scribbles. So if this was the corner of a building and this was the triangle or two triangles from an aerial view of a place where a tent was, I feel like you could very easily see that from an aerial view here, even though it's tried to be scribbled up. I wondered if he was talking to someone in writing or if it was just for him to have notes of whatever, or whoever did this, of a game plan that happened. I also think it could be plausible that neither of them were involved, even though I think they could have been. So I don't know because I wasn't there. Yeah, but I do think that they were trying to scribble over things in a lot of these. And then Marsh sees, I don't think I can say this word on YouTube. Marsh sees this thing right here with an X. And then I do think it could look like feds trying to look like somebody that's mentally ill as well. So I do think Chew Blue Goo, that is a plausible thing here. And I think when we're thinking about that, and then we think about the secondary aspect of the troubled teen facilities and how much money Utah brings in, having these facilities as a state and having federal and state funding and parents sending their kids from all over for their kids to get better here. it's very plausible. There are a lot of aspects of this where they would almost want to scare people as well, or why Utah was picked. So I don't think it could just mean that somebody that was a troubled teen in Utah did this, or their partner did, because I just don't think that's possible. And I do want to cover Spencer Cox next, but Charlie Kirk had tweeted at one point that Spencer Cox should be removed from the Republican Party. And a part of the reason why he said Spencer Cox should be removed from the Republican Party is Spencer Cox did not want to ban athletes from participating in their gendered sports or in their assigned at birth sports. And Charlie had a really big problem with that. And I found that really weird with the way that the reaction and chain of events happened as well. So you can still go look at that tweet unless it's been deleted from when I retweeted it as well. But Charlie did tweet that Spencer Cox should be removed from the Republican Party. And that was less than 3 years ago as well. So it does seem like doodling's during a long call. I do think that's a little bit weird. I do think it's weird. If I were taking phone orders, I'd imagine this is what my notes would look like. Oh, I was about to say I'm so funny. I was going to say I'm laughing because that was so funny, but I'm apparently so tired that I almost said the exact opposite. I don't think I'm so funny. What's really interesting about this is some of the other theories, and I think that if you were trying to plant someone as being guilty, it's quite interesting that Lance Twiggs's sister is a chemist, and I believe has her master's degree. So, yeah, that is a little bit weird to think about that. I'm like, is that also by design to make it look like someone has more guilt than they should? What? I did not say that in the comments. That was Marsh. That's so funny. I was like, people are gonna think I just said that as I'm talking, and my hands up here. Oh, Dom said the last comment. Thank you so much. No, I did not. Marsh is also seeing a neutron on here as well. I do think that's really interesting, Patty Cakes, with the trip or flight or isolation cabin when you're talking about the electric issue. And Marsh is seeing a neutron, then reevaluate XEX and spell it. And then I thought the neutron was really weird. And then when you're zooming in on it, it's kind of over work it out, I think. So work it out, Jimmy Neutron, then reevaluate. I don't know what that even means. So I think we're all a little bit traumatized by this one, so I think that's probably why you saw it as well. Lance's mom does work for Intermountain Healthcare, but I will say, or did work for Intermountain Healthcare, or like a subsidiary of it. Actually, you know what? That's not I wouldn't say that's completely accurate. I take that back. I think that was a little bit of a narrative that was placed. I'm not fully convinced of that. And there was a rabbit hole I don't know if I necessarily want to present on about mental coaches in the area that got in a lot of trouble that I think line up with a lot of timelines that use a lot of the same language and a lot of the same tactics and seem to be obsessed with the same things. So, I know that Tyler's mother had ties to Intermountain Healthcare And then Lance's mother seemed to be a woman of many hats with a lot of LLCs, and they now live in Texas. So there is that. And they did not, what it seems like, did not sell their home in Utah. So they did keep that. So I don't know if they're planning on going back there. And the other weird aspect to this I have is she had a full ride to Stanford. And she seems to not really have other than working at like, I think it was AZ Mental Health or something weird in Arizona before they moved to Utah. She doesn't really seem, other than gymnastics and mental health coaching, to like work with something that she put a lot publicly on there. I think there was maybe like one or two things where she might have been affiliated with a short period of time, but it seemed more to be Tyler's mom. But Lance's grandfather was a pediatrician who also practiced in Arizona, I think, and then went to Utah. So there's that. Yeah, he did practice in Arizona and then went to Utah. And he also did investigations and had a weird FDA contract type thing too, where he could do testing. So it's a little bit weird to me, but I don't know. Mini hats almost spit my drink out. That caught me off guard. What do you mean mini hats? What hats? My hat? My hat made you spit your drink out? I'm so sorry. I feel so bad. He does think he's a boy genius, so that is possible. But I do think it's also plausible that at one time she did work there. I just think it's hard. Oh, a woman of many hats. I'm telling you, this woman full ride to freaking Stanford for gymnastics, okay? Then just like comes out with a psychology degree in Arizona, then moves to St. George, then like has all of these LLCs, is consistently in MLMs. So for me, somebody that studied psychology, studied the behavior of humans, and that would continuously be involved with MLMs and then mental health coaching really reminds me of two really famous women that are now in jail in Utah. So, that ran connections in the passengers of 8. So they were also in the St. George area too. So then, oh, Marsh is moving his mouse. I don't know if that's supposed to mean something, but moving on towards the end, Marsh is seeing another cross, linguals, a bird. This is him making fun of me. I saw a bird when I looked at this. I saw a bird when I looked at this. And listen, I could do a million things, but I'll probably still be late. I won't be late for most things or all the things, but some things. Like the things I really care about, I'll end up being late because I'm like doing more things too to like prep for them. Unless it's something that you literally cannot ever be late for. I will never do that. I don't know why Marsh is moving. Okay. Or is that what you're doing? Okay. Interesting. So I saw a bird and he sees piotone temp. I don't know what that means. It's interesting. And the cross linguals. And then I'm going to tell you what he saw. And if you don't want to see things that feed babies, look away. Because this is what he saw looking at this. This is what he saw. So I found it to be kind of weird. I don't think that's what that is. But Marsh, to each their own, bro. To each their own. Get your mind out of the freaking gutter. Okay. And then what I saw over in this right one, it was the thing that makes the things you put in bottles. That's what he saw. I did not see that. I know. So I put courtyard ? I love how I did that with no context. No look linguals, so like listening to language, listening to linguals. A road and a tunnel is what I thought could be here, because if you're talking like separating and then you're putting something across the road. Okay, I love how you put that comment up there too, Marsh. That's funny. It's what Lance saw, not me. So I do think that if you're looking at an aerial view of separation, it's really interesting seeing kind of like a tunnel or a road up there. And then I also saw temp. I saw the sniper line of T here, like at the type thing. Tone and temp is what I kind of saw. Talk. Is that what I was meaning? I don't even know what I was meaning. So that's great. Here's the bird. I saw the bird with cool glasses this whole time. I saw the bird with cool glasses this whole time. So Susan, I'm glad that you and I are on the same page here. The cow's udders. Yes, yes. Row tone, it's related to physics. That makes me uncomfortable. Teapot tumble. Not because you said it, but if that's a thing, Marsh, you should write that down. Write that down, Marsh. Stop looking at the sticky note over to the left with the udders and write that down. The bird does have a weird cane or a crutch, or it's like sitting on a weird perch, like it's gonna like. So now that you're saying that, and I just said the weird perch thing, all I can think about is like the weird is it a crow that's like the bird of death that kind of looks like? And it's almost like it's like it has something in its feet. Like a weird triangular like thing. I don't like it. And then all of these weird dots are like in its. Is that the building shape that the bird is on? It does. It could be the corner if Lance thinks he's a bird. Maybe the triangle. I think it could be the triangle from that perch. And a bird would be perched. That's really interesting, actually. A bird would be perched. Because birds sit on a perch. Okay. I thought this would be something that I wasn't really thinking a lot about because I've looked at these so much. But you guys are making me think a lot more. Okay. So then that's what I saw on this one. No, it's Cubert. What the heck is a freaking Cubert? I have honey on my mouse pad right now. That is so annoying that I have honey on my mouse pad. These drawings are the ones that Turkey Tom reported on. So it's part 2 of last week's episode going over them. And we will clip them and put timestamps if you want to come back and watch later too. But thank you for coming, Lacey. So from allegedly what also Barron has reported on, and I do have a bunch of stuff in a different thing, I will say there is a bee right here. And Barron always says my bee as a joke. And there is a big bee right here with a crow and like a bee and these dots and the crow over here. That's weird. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Why are you hanging out over here, Marsh? Are you still looking at this sticky note? Could maybe be like I'm dead. Deceased. That's a bad joke to say right now with all this. Okay. And then Marsh saw keep linguals. Yeah, my love and my bee. So it is a little bit weird. I forgot about my love. It depends on which one of the weird planting that they did not really do all of the conversing with. My thing is, if you're going to have an evil plan, at least do it well. Like, don't do anything if you're going to do it halfway. Everybody needs to be on the same page. You need to be communicating. You need to know what's going on. Humans suck. In general. Good ones and bad ones. Nobody sticks to plans. It's just, this is all sloppy. All of it's sloppy. I smartened up and I don't watch in bed anymore. Otherwise, I laugh too much and probably sound crazy. Me? I make you laugh that much? What the heck? And Susan, I will put the link to these in the description as well. I believe they were in the last one last week. I will double check on that if they're not. But Turkey Tom is the one that published these, and he published them on Substack from his video. So you can go and save them right from there as well. I linked in the Discord too. Thank you, Marsh. Thank you, Marsh. Why did I thumbs up like that? I was like, thank you, Marsh. Like, this is like a commercial for Marsh. I don't know why I keep doing this, but I kind of just like giving a thumbs up. Where's the other link? Did Marsh put the link of just what he thinks that sticky note is? I feel like he would do that to prank everyone. And then we would all need eye bleach. Okay. So, Marsh is seeing keep memes. I think there are a lot of different aerial viewpoints you can see in these, kind of in and out of all of this. You can kind of see ORMS, ORMS. That's not really how ORMS spelled. It's OREM. I don't know. There's just a lot with the lines and the circles again. And then a lot of things with like cons. Keep meme. This could be a house or the building looking at an aerial view. A lot of math symbols. I hate math so much. Math is disgusting. And then exactly what I said on his drawing to mine. Keep plus memes minus percent minus. Okay, I'm not even going to try that off the top of my head. Keep memes. Keep plus or minus memes. So keep add or subtract memes. Subtract a percentage. Divide by something is what I feel like the top of that could say. Obviously, I do not like math. Norms, not orms. I feel like it could be. I also feel like there's a lot of really weird capitalization throughout where some things are capitalized and some are not. And some of the things I noticed was the weird pattern in encoded language with, so, all right, this may be a good example actually. So the norms and then this like PECT or whatever you want to say this is with ECT, etc. I think that sometimes you'll see random letters capitalized that should not be. Could be because someone's mentally ill or because there's some type of abbreviation you should pay attention to in that. If we look at the letter that Jeffrey wrote from his jail cell, I do think math is whack, and you probably would have to be on acid to also understand this because it's a lot. But the Jeffrey letter in his jail cell, if you look at the abbreviation in that, it spells out certain airports. So, and the one I think that was the most eye-opening to me was like a weird type of plane. Don't bring anyone else, essentially, is how I read the capitalization in that. In Morocco. An airport in Morocco. I feel like throughout Jeffrey's emails, it's also pretty prevalent that there is a pattern of grammatical errors in spaces and symbolism. What do you mean by abbreviation? Good question. I don't know what I mean by abbreviation. What context I said that in, I forgot. I don't even remember. So I'm sorry. I don't know what I just said that I said abbreviation to. Maybe I meant to say a different word. Maybe I meant to say capitalization or something. I don't know, and I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't expect you to read that. You know, I only read the things I shouldn't. That's that's what ends up happening. Throughout Jeffrey's letter and throughout Lance's writing coded messages. I think that that is also plausible, especially if you're trying to communicate with somebody who you don't really want others to know you're communicating with, so that it's right out in the open. And I think that happens a lot with symbolism in general, with groups of people working together for whatever they think is the greater good, which usually is not a good thing. You should never stop talking, Lacey. You can yap as much as you want. Okay, caps like airports. Yeah. There's a lot of things with Jeffrey I'd like to talk about. I don't know if I'm honestly allowed to talk about some of them on here. My favorite thing is his best things are those we shouldn't read. I know. I know. Thank you so much for coming and saying that. I went down a rabbit hole one day when each set of the files came out, before web came out, before they had the cool DOJ website where you could search everything. Your girl was on there looking through every file, reading every single one. All weekend, every evening, that's what I was doing. And I don't believe everything that I read in there. And I think that there is a lot to throw people off on purpose. And I think you see a very clear paper trail after the first arrest where you would want to discredit yourself for who you were working for, or whoever you were working for would want you to discredit yourself. So then you wouldn't bring down the entire operation with you. And I think that one of the best ways to do that would be to focus on one of the aspects of the business that would make everyone so disgusted that they didn't want to have conversations about the rest of the operation and everything else. And I don't know. I think that there's a lot of things that are, I mean, just like our own government talking about it, they say that certain things are not true when you go and look. So the US Virgin Islands is an American territory. So it's a little bit weird. I mean, you don't have to have a pairport. You don't have to have a passport to go to the US Virgin Islands. However, you can go look at the Jeffrey files and the lawsuit in the US Virgin Islands, and you can clearly see that he was participating in the traffic of humans. And it's very explicit throughout all of it. And it's very clear. And it talks about paper trails, it talks about money, it talks about moving people in and out of the country, which in America does not have a statute of limitations. If someone did or participated or knew or financially gained from that in any way, shape, or form. So literally anyone that he managed money from would be guilty in that aspect if they knew, and they also, even if they didn't know, but they somehow made money from it, technically could be guilty by association with the way that some of those things are written. So it's so hidden and it's right in plain sight because nobody wants to talk about, and it's kind of like the same things with UVU. And I know that these drawings are interesting to look at, but it's right in plain sight all the time. The things that they want us to talk about are these sensational things that I'm talking about right now. But what they don't want us to talk about is the permits, the travel, the flights. Why do you think they went so hard on Candace with the flights? Why do you think they have tried so hard to discredit a lawyer that knows what he's talking about? That's by design. Like, that's not, sadly, it's always right in front of our faces. So Okay. Sorry, I'm reading some of these. It's like a book, it's a comic strip, but it's not a comic strip. It's the worst comic of all time, to be honest with you. Because if you thought this was a comic strip, he is a worse artist than Adolf. And he was pretty bad. I saw the drawing when I Googled that, and that was not a good drawing. So, and then this one, Marsh is seeing evil hard with an arrow, is what I see right there, or herd. I do see kind of more like herd, H-E-R-D, or hard, I don't know. Rocket League is what he sees right there. That one's pretty clear. So that's why I don't understand how like the writing goes from clear to unclear, back and forth. I'm like, woo, whiplash. It's kind of like I'm driving and steering us everywhere. And then over here, I see evil over hard, Rocket League, and I put a definition because your girl doesn't know video games. So Rocket League is a video game that combines soccer with rocket-powered cars, where players control vehicles to hit a ball, opposing teams' goals, in competitive arena setting. And the game features various modes to allow for both single-player and multiplayer gameplay. I don't know if that's true, but that does not sound fun to me. It is true. This is apparently this is what people play for fun. I mean, nothing against it. Soccer plus car equals math. You know, my type of fun is literally reading court documents or how we vote in NATO in the minutes at NATO meetings. That's my type of fun. So I'm just a nerd like that. They did herd people in certain directions. So it is a little bit interesting seeing that. And then behind the tent is also very interesting looking at this with the arrow too. Because it would be kind of over there. And if you were using a team of people to corral people, like a soccer team, or for a goal, because soccer has goals, and then getting someone to a car. I don't want to think about that. That's weird. All right. So moving on, this is what is all of that? We're not going to go over that tonight. I don't even know what all. Oh, I forgot about that. We are definitely not going to go over that. I'm already losing my friggin' voice. These are a few different aerial views that I'm going to go over before I look at the map over here on the right. And there's a lot of different ways you can look at this from an aerial view. I will recommend Google Earth or Google Maps as one of the best ones. And then the UVU website, if you want to go look, they have a beautiful interactive map that I have 2 screenshots of up here. And they're labeled. It's very great. I do have circled on here the steps that you took, the secondary steps that we see someone take right here to get up to the LLC Center on this walkway landing. And this is where we're told someone perched at on the LLC Center. The courtyard is over here where the white's at. And then this is where we're told someone jumped off. And the camera that this is caught in is over here. And I have that mapped out. We can go look at that camera too if you guys want. And then here is a bigger aerial view of it. So the person is perched right here. Charlie is right here. This is where the SUV was at in this drive. So car that arrived and driven off in. And then Charlie is here. Life is driving videos from here. The guys we see acting weird in that video I showed today is up here on this balcony. I forget, the Woodbury building is what it's called. That just came to me at the top of my head. I've looked at this map a lot, if you can't tell. 3rd floor of the LLC Center on the roof here. The video we saw recently come out on Twitter was right here of those guys in black walking up and down here, but you would have to walk up here to get to the second set of stairs over here to reach the top of the LLC center from the way that we're told it happens. And then we're told the person jumps off this building, is walking through this parking lot where you see the weird rented car drive and skirt off like they're driving like me, but they're just driving like a maniac for no reason. I'm usually just late somewhere. And then we are told that the weapon is over here in these woods and the camera is right here that's all picked up on. So it's a great map. You can move around the whole thing. There are a lot of maps different people have drawn. So I have a few of them here just to show you from different viewpoints. I know everybody's brain works a little bit differently. So this one is from CBS News and it basically shows the same thing. And it's talking about police searching an area after, which is really weird to me that they did that over here for some reason. Because I would think they would do that more here, where the 4 is kind of at. Not where the 4 is pointing, but where the 4 is at compared to where things are found. And then, Susan, that's an interesting point. Okay. And then this part made no sense to me, the garage before. Because guys, when you look at this campus, this is the garage, okay? The garage is like super tiny. I'm pretty sure this is the part of the garage that they're saying. That doesn't make any sense. The garage is super tiny. I'm pretty sure that is the garage. Yeah, it's connected. This campus doesn't really have garages. So if you've also been to a college campus around the same time I have, getting a parking spot in the garage, even if you have a parking pass, is a pain in the booty hole. Okay? So good luck getting one here where everyone's probably trying to park their fancy cars in the garage. It doesn't make any sense to me that you would also do that knowing about the cameras. There are more cameras over there. This one's mapped out a little bit more with where other possible areas are from the viewpoint, apparently. I thought that was a little bit weird. As well. I thought it was weird. This is a nice video. We will go over it a different time. Okay. So now we are going to, I'm going to take a quick 1-minute break, I think. And then I'm going to wrap up showing some cameras on campus and a visual view for people that their brains work a little bit differently. If you're still watching or if you want to see that, we can go over that real quick as well, because I know some people may benefit from that. So just the way that everybody's brain... Okay, I made that way too big. Oopsies. All right. Oop, I did it again. I moved my screens around. I did it 3 times in a row. So glad I haven't shared my screen yet so that you can see me struggling over here. Okay. If you are a mom and it is Eastern time, aka the best time in the world, not Central, happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. And I do think it is a weird shape for the building. It doesn't make sense for a parking garage for anybody who is thinking of a growing campus. I mean, this campus has like everything. It doesn't make any sense to me that this is the way that it's built. So, Marsh, I am going to mute myself. If we could play the... Oh, is this gonna... You are so funny. I see what you put in the thing. Yeah, turd. I was going to run to the bathroom before I wrapped up because I have been chugging drinks to try to stay hydrated and to not chew my gum or die on a cough drop during this show. I have a weird medical condition. I have throat issues, so I know that people think I can make it better. I can't, unfortunately. So it's just a great time. I'm central. Well, it's almost Mother's Day. It is almost It's gonna be more than a minute. Oh, you're doubting me. Okay, muting myself, and I'm gonna hit play on the video, and then I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'm making sure I have all the time. I'm like pushing out my desk so that I have all the time in the world. You know, it's really funny though. What's going to happen? I'm going to come back. My camera's going to be fallen over. It's already more than a minute. The timer didn't start. I have not got out of this chair yet, everyone. I have not got out of the chair yet.
I don't give a Dom. You found it today? Damn, dog. You should be making content. You should be making some content, bro.
If I am not late, did I really show up?
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Safari hat on. Here she comes.
Event planning detective, searching for truth. She's a lot like moss, she'll grow on you. She's just a girl with ADHD, educated in the cornfield, allegedly. Marsh clocking hundreds of messages in the AM. He's probably rolling his eyes, but y'all pray for him.
Don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Safari hat on. Here she comes.
So bear with me.
In my opinion, allegedly. I don't give a damn.
I don't give a damn. I do. Speaking of, I don't give a damn. Did you ever put your story out? I'd like to read it or see it. Watch it.
Who doubted me? I just burped when I said that. Excuse me. That was the fastest I've ever peed in my life. I was definitely back here in under a minute, but I think that video is like a minute and 20 seconds or something. So I'm just saying. I was here, excuse me that I accidentally belched a little bit. I actually did belch on my way to the bathroom. I was like, dang, I planned that right. I don't even know what I ate. Maybe. I don't know. You know, it's important to burp. You don't want to blow up. That would be bad. That'd be bad news for everybody. So I'm going to go over just a few things on math has me on this. What? Teapot Tumble, whose team are you on? I did eat pizza tonight, so that's probably why I'm burping so much. I heard the refrigerator. You heard my refrigerator. I didn't even go downstairs. I'm upstairs. I have my blanket over my legs so that I get comfy. My refrigerator. You guys are not on my team, I guess. Not on my team. All right. So we're going to go over some of the things on this Google Earth viewpoint. And the things that I wanted to point out to you, looking at different points of the video, was not this specific spot on the roof, but you're welcome. I did have marked at certain points, and it's weird to me how it like zooms out and zooms in. I'm not really good at the whole Google Earth thing, but I did at certain points see what I would assume is a local or private police or security guy. And that's what those ones are right there. I think if we go to these, it actually shows us the viewpoint. So I'm making it bigger. We are going to zoom out because the other thing I found to be the most weird about all of this is the visual cameras from Google Earth for this are quite literally perfect for whoever had foreknowledge or pre-knowledge of what they were going to do here. And the reason being, this one right here would have been the only one to pick someone up. And I will show you the firsthand view because I have those marked and we can click on those. But the roof that we're told, I'm going to make this bigger and me smaller because this map is more important than me per usual. But this is the step that the one step. I do not like pineapple on my pizza. I think that is a mortal sin. Ugh, I'm sorry, curveballs. I just can't do it. I cannot. And I love Hawaii so much. It's like my favorite place in the world, actually. I have a Hawaii problem. But pineapple on pizza, especially barbecue, hell nah. I think But I will say pumpkin on pizza, heck yes. You probably think that's crazy. Aldi has this Mama Cosie's pumpkin feta pizza that's really good as well. So, what I did want to talk about was the video placement that we have going on here. So the video placement that I see is this is the camera that gets him. The other one that was recently released in, I think this year, was a camera that you can see it from a visual view, but it's also like right. I thought I had it marked. Maybe I don't. It's right here. It's like one of those cameras that they have placed up there. That's super weird. And you can see it from a different viewpoint. And then the other cameras they have are here and here. So I'm just like, okay, first of all, why do you have it here and here? And then the campus built this walkway across the street recently to this parking lot. And I'm pretty sure you can see it. Is it underneath? No, where's that at? They have so many cameras on this walkway that goes across the road. It's the craziest thing. I'm not going to be able to show you where it's at, so now I look crazy bringing it up. It's not this. This is a big street sign. There's no way it's that. You wouldn't have people. Whoop, whoop. Are you guys getting sick going in and out? Zoom out. It's like wax on, wax off. Wax on, wax off. Wax up, on, wax off. I'm joking. Okay. That's annoying. I did it too much. It can't be this because that's not across the street. So now I'm confused. They have so many cameras on this weird walkway they just built to go across the street to a parking lot because this campus is building and hustling and bustling all over the place. All right. So I'm going to go to the viewpoints that I have marked. And we can see right here. So this is where the road is at. And this is the weird forested looking area that we're told that the weapon is left in. This photo right here is from October of 2023. So, the camera, we are told, is on this building, and you can see it right here. If that is one, but it's actually not. I tricked you. It's right here. I'm an idiot. So, you can see it right here. This is the walkway. You can see that people are up there. And this is how you access the roof. And this is the roof that we are told somebody dropped off of. Weird thing to me when we're looking at this is if I zoom out, will it actually let me? I think it will let me go that way, won't it? So I don't necessarily think it also makes sense from the viewpoint of what we see with this huge amount of dirt, unless it, randomly changed the terrain versus where that camera's at. Because if we go back, I know this sounds crazy, but like the camera's over here. So if we're going even more over at the same, and again, this is 2023, but basically, we're told this guy comes over here, hangs off, and jumps here. Okay, then why does it seem like there's not a mound there? Because that doesn't make any sense to me. And why would anyone that's allegedly a genius jump from the higher viewpoint than to the mound if it did exist? So, I am going to, hold on. I should be able to pull it up. So 1 second. I don't have. I'm not convinced that there is a limp. I think we have multiple people involved, and that's why there's a gait pattern difference, personally. But because I'm not also sure that that video is a real video that we're seeing or that we've been given to see, especially if you had foreknowledge or pre-planning of what was going to happen. Okay, so, I mean, do you guys think that it's really that simple? And maybe it is. Maybe it is. Does a mound like that just freaking go away? Am I looking at this from some really weird viewpoint? I mean, maybe I guess I am. Because there's no mound at all over there. It doesn't even look like a natural jump. So, I get it that the screen may be blurry, but again, excavation-wise, I think that it's damn near impossible that something like that happens. And I think that when we're looking at this view, this aerial view, it's also almost impossible. Where was that other? Okay, I have too many. I did it again. Marsh is probably laughing at me like, Dominique, what are you doing? I don't think it's physically possible for this to be the same spot that we are told this person jumps off the roof for. And I think that it makes it more and more clear when you're looking at it from the viewpoint of, okay, why does this keep happening? Because I have too many. Oh no, I made it bigger again. This is annoying. So you can see the monument is there on the right side. It's here on the left side. You can see we're kind of almost looking at the same thing. Where the hell's the mound? I don't think it's possible. I don't think this video is real. Marsh. Typography. I get what you're saying. Marsh, do you see a mound over here at all? I know that you're an expert. You think there's that big of a difference. Okay. So you see a large berm. What the hell is a berm? What is a berm, sir? Marsh, you're saying that, but then you look at the freaking trucks here and you look at the depth of the vehicles versus that, and I just don't think that's possible at all. I don't even see, they didn't even put a bush over here. There's not even a bush. The trees do not even line up to what we see over here in 2023 versus then. It doesn't. It doesn't line up. What the hell is a hill, a man-made hill? It's almost as tall as the... Sir, what? That's almost as tall as one of the cars. What are you driving, like an ant car? Mm-mm. Mm-mm, brother. I need someone to walk over here. A slope. I don't know, but I don't like the word berm. I don't know what that even... We're going to move past... You can see... Okay, first of all, hold up. Because we're going to watch the little dude do the run... Oh, wow. This hill's so great. The hill doesn't exist right there where it's supposed to exist. There's like things over here. Not the same. It's not the same at all. You better check that typography because this is messed up. These are big SUVs. Look at this little dude running. Also, I didn't even think about that. You could measure the height of this person versed off the vehicles. You can tell I'm from Indiana. Because, I mean, that's a Chevy Tahoe. It's why you can't see the sidewalk. I mean, yeah, I guess. Maybe, I'm not... The berm is Comic Sans. What the hell does that mean? That means it's, like, not real? What do you mean the berm is Comic Sans? Am I supposed to know what that means? I don't like that word berm. Berm needs to go away forever. 5 ever. We're going to go to Google Maps. Because I prefer Google Mapsies. All right. I have quite a bit on here. Oh, that's nice. It's no longer on the map. All right. So we're going to solve this fracking crap once and for all. All right. Who's winning? The main event is he's watching me more. Got a sneak chat. Oh. Listen. Wait, you guys know what Comic Sans means and I don't? I don't know what that even means. All right. Sorry, I'm thirsty. So we're going to take a look at this berm that everybody says exists. Where the hell is this berm at? And also, bro, if you were like some psychopath, why the hell are you running over here and running off the sidewalk over here instead of up the road where like nobody's going to be running out? And why wouldn't you have your little getaway car back here like a genius and just drive off? That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. They didn't even plan this well. Okay, Marsh, I hear you. I'm going to tally you up and I'm going to go right here. Look at the berm. That's a good question, Brujay. I don't know. I can't ask him. I wish I could. I would love to ask Ian that question because can I get to a higher point up here? I'll go further away. Okay, I'm sorry. There is no way, even in that aerial footage view, that you would not see this big berm up in your face. It is right there. What I'm saying is, in this video, from the angle, it would still show the berm. Or is that not correct, Marsh? You would see the berm. I mean, I didn't even see the berm in the full frontage video. Yeah, look, you don't even see. Hold up. What berm do you see right there? That is not even the same. Look how tall he is. That's edited, and it's edited poorly. They should have done it correct. If you're going to do it, you need to do it right. You need to do it right. You don't do it crappy if you're going to do it. That's not how we'd be doing things out here. I'm looking at this little picture of someone else going to campus. I said little because I'm going to see this big berm and see what other people see. We're going to see this today. Looking for a berm. I also wanted to say, when somebody says aviator glasses in a second, this won't make a lot of sense. Am I gaslighting you? I don't think I am. That's 10 to 20 feet of rise over 20 feet of run. The lines go up. How are you missing the berm, my dude? Am I missing the berm or is he missing the berm? I don't know who is missing the berm, but I don't think it's me. Bermuda Triangle. I love this. I actually have bifocals, so that may be correct. It's so bermy. It's not bermy enough. That's what I'm saying, guys. There is not enough berm for me to feel okay with this. This is a man's life that could be solved with a berm. Large slop. Thank you, Susan. The artist has spoken, everybody. Everybody shut up. The artist spoke. I'm joking. Don't all shut up. But Susan is an artist, so she would know about a berm because maybe Susan had to draw a berm, and that is important. So when we're back on the road, from Google Maps, I mean, guys, look at the size of the berm from the road view we have here. I mean, look how big it is compared to this big Dodge truck, everybody. This is a Bermemoth. This is crazy. This berm is taller than the fracking security fence right there. And we're saying, oh, it's on a corner of a thing. So this guy that's probably not even 6 foot tall is not even... The berm's bigger than him, bruh. The berm is bigger than him. And the trunks ain't even trunking like they're supposed to be right here. I mean, look at that thing. We need a bermatologist right now. We need... I want to know who knows... I mean, Marsh is very versed in some of these things. I'm calling it a slope, but I'm trusting a berm. Marsh does know these things. He knows a lot of things. We do need a bermatologist. You are not a bermatologist. You are gaslighting us, sir. I feel like you are. The berm has large pine trees. It does. And it just doesn't make sense. It's off. The way that these trees are here. The berm is not berming correct. It's trunking me off. It is weird. Landscaping. One word. That's all we need to know. Landscaping. You are correct. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like it. I want my mom. Mom! We're going to go over here to see if this berm is there. It might be a part of the Bermuda Triangle. Look how big that thing is, everybody. I mean, I'm pointing like, oh, look, like you can't see it. Look, that's a nice rock. It's kind of ugly, though. It was nice, and then I'm like, why did they not turn it around the other way? Also, why is this tree like? Is that a weed? Is that a tree growing in the tree? Who does the landscaping here? They're taking berms out. They're taking berms out. Look how big that berm is. I mean, it's bigger than the fracking car, everybody. The sign, look at the sheer size of the sign in front of the reserved parking or whatever, and then the berm. The tree is literally above the berm, or above the sign almost. The mowing line's given too much contour, you think? So you think that the berm is there, Allison? He did not climb the part of the berm. I did think, but he jumps into where the berm is. Oh. But Marsh, what I'm saying, I see what you're showing me there. That is not on the security video right here. That is also from an aerial view. Do you see what I'm saying? Let me make this bigger. Let's go to the beginning. Here's the weird statue. Oh, wait. I can't show mine and show you at the same time. That's awkward. So the berm's there. I get it. So now let me show this one. Hold on. How do I... Oops. We got too many... Oh. I see the berm. Okay, I see that. Hold on. Now look at my berm. That's also from the same aerial type view, and the berm's not freaking there, dude. Where's the berm at this whole time? It's just too far over to the right somehow? It's not on this video right here. It's not on this video. I don't see the berm at all. It's probably why they cut it out. They're not that good at Photoshop. I don't think so. I don't think so. So, if you guys want to vote, who do you think is more right? Dom or Marsh? He'll put up a poll. We're looking at this beautiful berm over here in the Bermuda Triangle because it just goes away. And I think anybody in the right mind would have just jumped off right there. But if you do something like this, you're probably also not in the right mind. We do have somebody named Tree that's one of our friends. Okay. So, it's weird though because it's like not zoomed. That is relevant for in a second. This is all right. I got a berm. Okay. So, the berm is huge. And it's very big. I mean, you could probably look, bruh. The berm is huge. The berm is huge. Wait, what are we voting for one for? Who? One is me? Is one me? Oh, one it's there. Oh my gosh. I don't even get a vote too because you already voted one on I can't believe this whole time you guys made me feel like you agreed with me, but maybe it's because I don't know how to read people sometimes. That's so awkward. Everyone thinks the berm is there in real life or that they forgot to Photoshop it. That's what I mean. I think it is there, but is it on the footage? Is it on the footage? That's what I mean. You can't vote one again. What are you doing? No, now we have a Berm meme. It's great. Oh my gosh. Stop putting a one there. Not like, do you guys all think that the berm is shown in that video? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I'm not convinced. Marsh hypnotized me. You know, it happens to the best of us, I guess. So, all right. Going back, since all of you think that it is right there in the video, I will let it die, and then I'll bring it back up on the next video with the full zoomed out footage. Marsh, can you find the full zoomed out footage that is on there by chance? Okay. And then there's some other things that I think are really weird. So this is that parking garage, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So I'm just going to go to that aerial view of it, or the view so you could see. So we're told that the suspect apparently goes into this parking garage that is the roots of knowledge. So this is how small this parking garage is, just to give you a how many more words? How many? You can't say yes. You can't say yes. The answer is no. The berm is not there, everyone. It's not photoshopped into the slop. So this is a very small parking garage. I also don't think that you would just, when we're looking at somebody walking in and out of here and everything else, it's a little bit weird to me looking at the pictures that were given versus this versus where the cameras are at on campus. I don't necessarily think that you would just have a camera right here where the steps are at. That doesn't really make sense to me. Unless you maybe had them if these are steps, but if these are steps, no, I don't think so. This is a building that connects to it, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. We're told he goes in here. Who knows why? I don't know, because there are a lot of parking spots out here that would have easier exit access. See, Chew Blue Goo, my girl or my guy, you're with me. I feel you. No, you are not. Don't say that, Marsh. Take that back. So I just think that the parking garage aspect of all of this doesn't make any sense. I think that it makes you more suspicious, and it's weird. It's fake and gay, just like the berm that everyone's saying that they see, but I'm going to let that die for right now. All right, wait, can I click on this rooftop and we can... Oh, wow. Ah! We're going... I don't want to go in there. Get me out of here. All right. So... I did also find it interesting, though, that they kind of erased, other than going on campus, all of these areas from Google Earth. We can go look at a view of being in campus here as well. So this is like if you were at the point of the courtyard, and Charlie would be down here. It's also weird that this is where they put the pavers. You can see the camera up here that has that footage that recently came out with the long view as well. So kind of weird. Also noting the weird guys I pointed out earlier are up here closer to this building at the end of the landing. I think I can go over here and see it better. Yeah. So if we're looking from this more second story view, they were over here sitting around shooting the crap, being weird. And then we are told that the person that took that was up here. 3rd floor, Losi Center. And Charlie was right here. This grass does look all fake, actually. So it's a little bit interesting if that is all turf and they replaced it. So weird, weird. All of it's weird. Life is Driving video is over here. A lot of people on this 2nd story. I also think it's really weird if all those people were there that nobody like looked up per se. Not a lot of people saw it, even the people that were up here. Just don't think that's very likely. I think people freak out in moments like that, and you'd be looking around at everything as well. So that's a view of that. Your mom, you ate your bedtime gummies. Well, you deserve it. If you're a mom, it's Mother's Day, girlfriend. You eat those gummies and you enjoy them. It's your day. You can do whatever you want. It's your Mother's Day. You can do what you want to. That was me singing. Nobody wants that. Okay. So, what the heck? I do not want to go in the water. I do actually. I want to be at the beach right now, everyone. Okay. So I also did want to mention something that I found to be really interesting when we're looking at the Provo airport. Why is it so weird when I'm zooming in? It's because your driver's weird. I did want to mention on the Utah Valley website, there is a flight school that is right here at the Provo airport. And it's really interesting because they have their own areas. They have cameras and surveillance that you can see on those areas on Google Maps or Google Earth. And it's on the strip. And I marked them. So I think we can go here and see them. I think that's why I have this one marked. Because what in the heck is this? Okay. What is... We're just spying on a guy. Why did the guy invite us in his freaking vehicle in a field? Why is the pony there in such a mess? What, did he like have a bad breakup? How did that happen? Hold on. I'm trying to go here. I have no... He's just watching airplanes take off. Somebody pray for us because I feel like that was Ben Hogen coming back with the camera vengeance because I turned it off. Thank you all for coming. I see favorite uncle. But you can see Utah Valley University clearly does have a hangar here. So that is a thing they have going on. You can see quite a few different things. You can see a bunch of different logos as well. I mean, Utah Valley University, Aviation Sciences, they have these buildings. Pretty sure that is another camera-looking thing. But you can clearly see, I think it'll let me go to it. Am I too zoomed in? Maybe. I know there is a camera. It's either here or on the other side. I think it's on the other side because they all look the same. We're going to keep going. Oh, no, we're not. The portal says, no, you went in that guy's car. You're ruining my plan. All right, hold on. I just want to... Okay, there we go. What in the heck? This is terrifying. Okay. What is happening with Google Maps right now? I click on something that I had saved literally. Now it's taking me inside the Utah Valley University hangar. What is going on? Guys, this is way more than I'm pretty sure is on their inventory. Unless they sold a bunch of things. I'm very uncomfortable right now. I've never seen this. I have no idea. I'm screenshotting this right now. So y'all gonna see this right now. What in the heck? Marsh, I'm also sending this to you. Copy. Marsh, save this right now. Can you go save this? What is going on with this, everyone? What's this button do? Capture this view. There's so many planes in here. That's a C-1 Falcon. Why are these all like military like planes? Actually, these are not the type of planes you necessarily learn how to fly in. If I disappear, I want you guys to look up all of these little things. The No way. So how much more was going on that we're not aware of? So this is C1 Evolution. I thought I saw Falcon on one of these over here. Okay, so the C1 Evolution is used for flight schools. So we're going to look this up. I'm seeing the Evolution is used for that. The C1 Falcon is typically a more affordable trainer option for flight schools and military training. So maybe when we look at, oops, I zoomed in on the wrong thing. I'm on the wrong screen. I don't think it's that deep. There is a weird drone. This is like way too many. The cost of planes, and I mean, my brother-in-law went to flight school. He's a drone pilot. And flight schools typically do not have this many planes. I mean, you would have to wait on the instructor and plan it out. I mean, because you're going to have so much maintenance for these planes versus I mean, this is just, I don't know. The whole, I don't know. So, I don't know where that went that I just had on the screen. So 1 second. I've already looked into the Utah Valley flight program. So that's why I think it's actually really weird, because I know they don't have this many, unless that's changed. If you're looking at their different programs, I mean, I guess maybe they have this picture here. These planes aren't even the same. They're just like painting them different colors. Yeah, flight simulators are super common. Okay, so I guess they do have 25. I don't remember them having that many. Well, you guys saw me get excited for nothing. That's also honestly crazy, because a flight program, you don't make that much. A lot of places close down their flight programs. Oh. While in school, Luke was invited to become a University Innovation Fellow to represent UVU for international community at Stanford. What? Luke and other fellows from UVU were instructed to design thinking at the school for Google Campus. Through the experience, Luke learned how to have empathy for customers and gain creative problem solving for the complex, multifaceted issues. He then took his skill set back to UVU and led a team virtually map the full valley area. Okay, Luke. Hands up to you, my bro. I do think this is also possible. Wait, what's this to? The world is scared. Amen. I sometimes think way too deep, though, I will say. Like, I got really excited about this. It's probably nothing. I've never seen this before. I mean, I've clicked on this Google map a bajillion fracking times, everybody. Teapot, I'll see why you're timed out. I don't know why that happened. Marsh, go fix that. I'm joking. Right now. There is a weird drone guy I did find at one point that was doing this weird thing. The Stanford trigs are freaking weird. The trigs. The trigs are trigging me out, everybody. Well, let's see if we go in this guy's car again. We're at the airport. I think we already were here. Let's see where we go this time. Hold on. Ooh, if I click on this one, where's it going to take us? That's where we were. Is this the same? Now we're at a different view of it. Nope, that's the same view. Going on an adventure. Did I already click on that one? Awkward. What if I click on this one? Also the same thing. I know there's a camera there. I mapped it. I'm pretty sure it's through Google Earth, to be honest with you. But it's weird. What? Someone is gonna. I know. I hope y'all got your packing, because we might get in trouble looking at some of this. I don't know what this is. I'm joking. All right, that's all weird. I'm sure that dude was like out here. I seriously have no idea how we got there, guys. Did I just click on it again and it's the same? What? Okay, can anyone explain to me how I clicked all the way over there the first time and then it's over here? Yeah, I don't think it is very expensive to have that many planes. And I don't think any type of program, unless they are training just for the airport, they do have a DoD contract, but a lot of colleges do. The maintenance of one airplane and the way that you have to live by those guidelines is just insane. I don't know who his name's Jason Yeeman. Who's this? We're gonna go. Okay, Jason. He's out here. You're gonna see all of my stuff, I guess. He really likes planes. And burgers. I really want a burger right now. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I've been craving a cheeseburger. That's what we're having tomorrow. Is this what I think it is? What is this, Jason? It's an office park, I guess. Is there a Dairy Queen across that road? I know this area. This is Jason. It's a nice picture, Jason. He's just taking the cool pic. I don't know why he put his head in that one. It's like, put it in my car. Maybe he wanted to invite us all in. What in the hell is this, Jason? What is this? No, thank you. Jason is driving this car, and then something wants you to see something, maybe. That was the most teapot tumble of a time travel I've ever felt in my life. Dom, you took us for a trip. I love leading trips. My family could tell you all about it. I should interview them sometime and get their take on how I travel and lead them on trips. They end up loving it. They didn't at first, but they did love it. We went to the middle of nowhere in the Bahamas where everyone we gave our boarding passes to, because it was an outer island, had no idea where we were going. It was my favorite trip we've ever done. But yeah. So yes, always. They always ask if I'm from I think I get it from my mom, and I kind of trained myself to not do it unless I get excited or I'm kind of like letting my guard down a little bit. So yeah, I don't know. What the heck is this crap though? He's like in a bedroom. Always used to say if I had 3 wishes, one would be to freeze time so I could snoop in medicine camp. Are you my sister? Are you my sister? I'm joking. She has read the expiration dates on my fridge before. So I'm a no plan planner. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. You would not like traveling with me. I think that we can sleep when we're dead or at home. And if we're traveling, we're going all over. I am going all over. All over. All over. The mirror portal. I don't like mirrors. I think mirrors are very very evil. I agree. I don't think we should look at ourselves and stare at ourselves. I don't think humans were ever meant to be vain or to really know what we looked like, but more like who we looked like here, because that all kind of leaves. I don't know. Same sauce. I'm also meant to be where it's warm. Later, teapot, don't tumble too hard after the journey, you know. Yes, yeah, no, okay. I am not okay if I go somewhere and people just want to like chill. I'm like, listen, I chill in my house, okay? If I'm somewhere where there's something to do, we're going to be doing it. We're going to be doing it. And I'm not talking like zip lining. Okay. I'm talking like we're going on a 12-mile hike. We're waking up, we're going to hike, we're going to eat breakfast, we're going to go to Pearl Harbor, and then we're going to go to the North Shore. And we're going to do things, and then we're going to loop back around and come back down. That's what we're going to do today. And I got a plan. You know, we have an outline. I actually have an outline of Oahu and Kauai specifically, and the Big Island, and kind of Maui, but not as much, of the clockwise things to do on the island, so that, and I would give it to my friends and my family who were going, because my husband and I went there on our honeymoon and we wasted a ton of time, and we didn't get to do everything we wanted to do because things close when it gets dark. It's tropical. And I want to experience it all and then know what to do when I want to go back, or know what to tell people. I don't know. I just enjoy those things. I'm like snooping on Google Earth. I like snooping on the real Earth. Okay. This is like the virtual version. I like going out and doing this in real life and just seeing what it's like. I'm a very curious person. So the clockwise thing is really nice because I have it separated by parts of the island so that you can see what's coming up and what you should stop at when it's open, certain things. And it's just nice because you might want to go to one beach in this area, go to this lunch. Like, you never go up to the North Shore and don't go to Ted's. You're crazy if you're not going to Ted's. You need help. See? I feel like every time I talk about the mirror thing, people get uncomfortable. I did not know people like staring at themselves in the mirror. I think that is the most, and I'm not trying to be mean when I say that. I don't think I knew that could ever be a thing, that people just like, there are times, I told Marsh this the other day. I literally, sometimes when I wake up, and I told someone I work with, I don't like it myself. I don't like looking at myself so much. Sometimes in the mirror, I'll like wake up really fast. I'm like, oh no, I have to like get on the meeting. I'll be brushing my teeth. And what is this? Absolutely for sight. Is this what this guy owns, Marsh? That you just sent me? So I've spit my toothpaste in my hair when I don't have my hair pulled back because my hair's super long. It always hasn't been. But yeah, definitely done that before. So I've done it a few times because I'm not a morning person. And sometimes if I'm cutting it too close, I will just wait till after the morning meeting is done to brush my teeth. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to lie about it. I mean, who's going to smell my breath on the morning meeting? Me. And I can't smell that well. So, it doesn't make sense. My only rule is just be mindful of everybody else. Like, make sure everybody's having a good time, you know? No itinerary. If Splunking's that cave thing, that is not for me. I'm gonna tell you that. I don't like small spaces. One does not listen to music. One did not. Oh. Okay. That's really deep, Brujay. Fought me for mirror space in it. We are gonna, all right, I have it right here. Where'd that go? It moved. Oh, because I peed. We're waving the red flag for your ex. Wait, he fought you for mirror space? Like, he was like, get out of the mirror. I need to stare at myself. To do what? What do you need to stare at a mirror of yourself to do? Other than like put on makeup or pop a pimple or pluck your eyebrow, or you don't even need it to floss your freaking teeth, do you? To brush your teeth, you really don't. To wash your face, you have to look in the mirror. I mean, we just got to keep waving our red flag for that man, and it's a good thing he's your ex, because that's rude. He should have been staring at you, not himself in the mirror. That is a terrifying thought, Susan. And as an artist, I feel like you know that. Happy Mother's Day. I do work from well, I'm not bleep that out. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Maui, and there's nothing against it. I think it's cool. I think I would like to be over more in I'm gonna say Honolulu because I'm a Princeville girly. But yeah, I over in Hana is what I mean to say. Like in the middle of nowhere where there's not a lot of people, over on like the backside of the road to Hana. But I really wanted to go to Molokai, and that's where I would like to go on a trip for a few weeks. And stay there. It's a lot more affordable. It's look at my hair under this hat. What is happening? And this is why you shouldn't stare at yourself, because I really don't care that my hair was like that. But Molokai seems to be the vibe I would like to go experience. It's a lot more affordable, other than the extra plane jump you have to do to get over there. And I think I would like that. I'm more of an outdoorsy. I like to be in the water. I love sharks. I would love to do the hammerhead dive in between Maui and Molokai. I just don't think that I will ever be scuba certified enough to be able to do that dive, because I think you have to go 150 feet down. Your girl probably won't even be able to do like above 60 ever in her life. I have a really deviated septum, and I had a surgery on it before. It really messed up my smelling, or my sense of smell. I still am a mouth breather. So I don't think I'll ever be able to do it. I would love to. It won't be me. But Maui is a drinking place. About mirrors. See? I hate when I'm like, get that. I'm not a selfie girl. I don't want to do that. You didn't say nothing wrong. I didn't want to answer it because there are weirdos. That was the only. I kind of answered it, but I kind of didn't. But see, that's what happens when I try to wink. You said nothing wrong, faith, hope, love. You said nothing wrong. You didn't say anything wrong. Well, that's why he's your ex-boyfriend. A man should always wait on a woman. Okay, we got the woe before the man. We're supposed to woe the man because they're waiting on us. It literally has a W. Wait over men. They should wait over us. I'm joking. That was silly. But they should. We woe them because technically all men were women before they were men, other than their chromosomes, if we're talking about body parts and how that grows. But she does. It's very weird. It was very weird. You're getting loopy. It's okay. I think half of us are loopy. Yes. You subscribed to that? I did not subscribe. You're going to get it taken down. I thought it was interesting. I said what I needed to. And that is what? I did not see this. I don't know why that happened. I'll check. Well, it didn't fail, but I feel the drainage, definitely, yes, but I have a very small nose, and it was kind of I've broken my nose a few times, and it's very small, and they could not do everything they wanted to do because my bridge, like I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but they wanted to go back in because I never regained my sense of smell, really. It's very random. The things I can smell are annoying things. Whenever my husband eats peanut butter, I can always smell that. So he's a Reese's peanut butter cup kind of guy. he knows to not kiss me because the smell of Reese's peanut butter cups when he has ate one makes me want to hurl so badly because it's just so strong and I can smell it so vividly. There's also a weird cologne that I smell some person wear at Walmart sometimes. It burns my nose, like, horribly. And what's the other thing I can randomly smell? Oh, my husband's fruity Alp pouches, the Tucker Carlson Alp pouches. And it only annoys me because I can only really smell those things randomly or, like, randomly when our dogs fart, I can smell it, but not all the time. That's the weird thing. And it's the most bizarre thing. I've tried a lot of things. I have listened to, like, some Wim Hof stuff and stuff about breathing and our senses to try to help it, but they said they could go back in. I didn't wanna pay for another surgery. My, I didn't think the surgery was really that bad. I did wake up on my face with a lot of dried stuff all over me because the nurse let me roll over on my face, after the operation, so sometimes I wonder if that maybe didn't help the situation quite a bit, but yeah. I can't smell that well, so it's a good and a bad thing. Food doesn't taste that good all the time, so also a good and a bad thing, you know? If I could live on a houseboat, no one could pop in on me. I'll dock when I feel the need to company, which might be that's funny. I will say I don't know if that's true. There are pirates. I just like being God's advocate. I like saying that instead of devil's advocate, but when you're saying no one can pirates be popping in on whoever the heck they want, dog, and aliens. And I will say, this is gonna sound like the craziest thing you've probably ever heard. I realized it going through, and I do think that they're a distraction. In the documents released recently by the Department of War, there is a video of an encounter of an unidentified object or phenomenon. My husband and I, when we were in Eleuthera, I swear I knew what I was looking at was like a weird UAP type experience when we were out at night looking at the stars on the beach, like there was no one around. And I showed him this video today when I went to go visit him at work, and he almost was like, "No way." Because when this happened, I felt it in my gut. I said, "Something is off, like, boats can't move like that." And it was like the 2 weird orbs, and then they, like it was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced in my life. Um, and there's no light pollution in Eleuthera. It's an outer island, and boats cannot move as fast as this moved, and it was really weird, and I was very uncomfortable. We ended up actually going back to the house, and we had a house close to the beach, but it was a very uneasy feeling, and I'm like, was I cool? The aliens wanted to get closer to me. Maybe aliens or the government. Either way, the government, no thanks, but aliens, yeah. Does that mean I'm out of this world? Is that what that means? Is that what that means? I don't know. But if you think I'm gonna take a shower in the morning, you are dang wrong. I hate the morning with a vengeance. It is not my thing. Not my thing. I'm a night owl. 2 a.m., I'm bouncing off the walls. And Marsh probably is laughing because I sent him a video of this today. I also only wash my hair like twice a week. So some people may hate me for that, but this is a good solution, maybe. But I don't know. Then you got to like always go to the shower to get your toothbrush. That's just like a lot. That is a lot. What? Susan, are you married to a movie star? He's always primping. Everybody's keeping their what in the world? So first of all, you guys didn't see the berm, but you put your toothbrushes in the shower. I don't know. I don't know what that means in context. I feel like I'm missing it. Oh, yes. That is a good point, Chew Blue Goo. What is this? Maybe the problem is the perfume. No, the person is wearing the perfume at a Walmart, like it's a cashier, and he's very nice. But I know to steer clear of this man. It burns. Like it feels disgusting. I don't yeah. When my I almost say GF, like G I don't know what I was saying. Yeah, I'm not a big seafood person. At Walmart, I'm so behind. I'm so behind. I don't know. I kind of want to try them, but I feel like I'm too. I don't think I can do out pouch. I don't want to read that out loud. I'm about to go to bed. But yes. Yeah, it's horrible. I can also always smell the devil's lettuce. I don't know why. Like literally the teeniest, tiniest sniff of it, like of town away. I don't know what's going on with that either. It's the weirdest thing to me. I love how we just have this dude's picture of a bedroom over here. Like I don't even know. I just left this up. See? See? I don't serve Satan. I don't serve Satan. I'll take you know, pirates are kind of cool. Maybe I feel like I could be a cool pirate, but I would just like leave. I think that aliens do exist, but sometimes I think that maybe the aliens are the reptiles among us, to be honest. A lot of the things were already released that were in there, so it's a little bit weird. Is that guy home yet? What guy? My husband from work? He's probably already fallen asleep to me in the other room. Yes, he's been home since Stitches in Hawaii. I didn't see him. I've been there. I've seen a lot of things. I'd be freaked out. See, you need a pirate. They would help you, number one, hook fish. They would be able to beat people up for you if other pirates came. And they could loot your wealth for you. So you would all the birds, all the stones, you could just live on a catamaran. He could steal you a bigger catamaran if you wanted. And I'm sure that means that he's muscular. I mean, and tan. I don't know. Marsh, run a poll. Run a poll on what? The pirates or the toothbrushes? I have what? How do you guys keep track of all these toothbrushes? I am so behind. How many comments are there? I'm trying to go through. A drummer. I don't know where that came from. I just at the marsh. The devil's lettuce is one of the worst smells. So it actually soothes my headaches when I smell it. So sometimes I'm very grateful, but it's a little bit. I'm asking, how do you break your nose a few times? Well, I'm accident prone. So there's that. My sister and I punched each other in the face as children one time. I remember that time. That was very like, you know. Another time I was playing dodgeball and I got hit in the nose very hard with a dodgeball. I was in junior high. And I had to go home from school. And my crush hit me with the dodgeball. So that was pretty embarrassing. So I guess thanks for making me have to get a nose job later. And then it happened one more time, but I think that it was honestly just a few times being broke. And I think once you break it in a certain way, your cartilage is just really weird. The way that I don't know. I wish I knew. It's just like, it's always been like, my glass is kind of hided, but it's always been like kind of smashed a little. It is a tiny nose. I like it that way. So I don't want to bring too much attention to the nose. I don't want to bring too much attention to the nose. The chat is closing. Who's closing? Who closed this chat? Who closed this chat? An EK photography. I did not take that. Wait, how did I saw same. The bedroom is up the whole time. It is. It's like we're just up in this guy's bedroom. My phone is dumb. I bet you have is it an Android? I'm joking. You missed a guest showing up, Dom. What guest? A drummer? We got a pirate in the pool of toothbrushes. Are you her pirate? I don't know. A wrench sounds like you never practiced with wrenches for what the hell? That's it. See? Oh, we broke each other's noses. I also broke my sister's arm one time playing Red Rover. I feel so bad about I'm not strong, so I don't know how I did that. You don't need a pirate. Listen, you are the pirate. I hate to break it to you. You are the pirate, Chew Blue Goo. Listen, I need my husband to step it up and put in a new shower with a holder and a cool shelf and all of this. And I will not be happy until I have it. I'm laughing with you. I don't know. She pauses like she's listening for the answer. Wow. One time, my dad and I were playing catch, and I had braces, and we're playing catch, obviously, so he threw the ball at me, and I was not paying attention for 1 second. I look to catch the ball. I don't put my mitt up. The ball drives me right in the mouth. My bottom lip and top lip, got stuck to the opposite side of the brace, and it got, in my gums. I still remember that. I was scared of the ball after that. I could never go back to softball again in a normal way, and it was pretty traumatic. So, are we paused? Wait, am I paused or you paused? I'm dreaming about the grassy knolls. I am not excited about it. I'm not excited to dream about. I know that the knoll was not in that video. I think Marsh hypnotized the rest of you. I don't know what he was doing in the back end. Who's paused? Am I paused? Are you can you hear me? What? Lucky for me or you, my husband installs tile. I actually need tile done, but I'm in Indiana. Green Bay is driving distance if you like road trips. But also my dogs are crazy. We've talked about some of the things I want it done, and I think we're going to have to do it when we go on a trip and we have the dogs boarded, because it would just be so hard. Like, even our back deck with our yard that's fenced in, it's just so hard because I don't want them to be miserable. And our oldest dog started to have seizures. She's finally on medication, but I just try to be really mindful and not cause any stress of her in the house, because she's getting older and she's my baby. I'm trying not to cry about it. I've cried about both of our dogs since they were puppies, about the day that I will no longer have them. And I know that that's so lame, but they're my girls. So, yeah. I loved softball too. I was a softball girl. You are nuts that you still played that day. I will say I cut my I don't know if you well, that's my computer. So I'm not flipping you off. I don't know if you can see that scar on my middle finger. I did play softball the same day, but I like bugs. I'm not gonna lie. I like insects. My parents had a freezer out in the garage for my bugs. Mom, if you see this, thank you for being the best mom ever. But other than all the moms in the chat, obviously, Mom, you can't win them all. Just kidding. I'll let them think that they are better than you, Mom. Just joking to everyone, depending on who hears this. But yeah, I caught some butterflies or something. Maybe it was even praying mantis. I don't remember. And I wanted to keep it in one of the containers, but I wanted to keep this one alive for some reason. So I took a really and it was my first day, I think, of softball practice at a school when we moved. And I sliced my finger open so deep, dude. So deep. It was so bad. I'm like waking up, holding my middle finger, crying, like blood's going everywhere. And my mom made me go to softball practice. And I think they just superglued it too, guys. Like, I'm not even messing with you. That I didn't get stitches. We go to my grandma's house. My grandma's like, "Nah, we just glue it." And they glued it. So that's where I'm from. But honestly, stitches probably would have made it worse. It ended up healing pretty well. My grandma knows what she's doing. As well. Marsh got me sound asleep because he's gotten out of hand. Oh, this has gotten out of hand. He did send me this thing about this dude. The dude that was listed. So Marsh, you're saying, oh. Huh. Marsh, I know this company of the drone. A blockchain? An NFT thing, bruh? All right, I'm gonna have to run that down before I bring that up because that's just. I hope you guys like staring at me in silence. I'm trying to see if this loads. Okay. Oh my gosh, there's so many more. You have softball. Amen. Amen, baby Jesus. It's my dad's fault. It's my dad's fault. That would hurt. Why did I've already seen that. Who likes hiking more, me or my husband? Well, we both do, but I have really bad asthma. So if I don't have my inhaler, him. If I have my inhaler, we both like it. It just depends. I also am really short. He's a whole foot and something taller than me. I'm 5'2". And 5'2.5", actually. I'm 5'2.5". And one time we went to hike the Stairway to Heaven in Hawaii. And we paid to do it. And we were one of the only ones that turned around because my asthma and my heat, I was getting really overheated. I did not feel good. And then what's funny is I don't really think it was necessarily my asthma. It's the reason why I have throat issues. I can't really sweat. That sounds so weird. I don't really sweat. It's a autoimmune thing. And sometimes it flares up and it makes it really bad when I get sick, actually, because then my fevers are not properly like getting out of my system and everything. And I have a really dry throat because of it and a lot of other things. So because I don't sweat if I'm on a hike and I don't have like a cooling towel or something, I don't enjoy it, but I've learned to prepare and to not be as embarrassing. But I used to always be, before I knew that it was really bad and I even knew what I had, I would be beet red in the face when we were hiking all the time. And it's because I was not able to like cool down. So I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing. Make sure the person who dog sit. We do. We have someone who is the most amazing dog sitter ever. Funny story, when she dog sat for us a year ago, she actually started dating a guy, and when we were on, wait, Marsh, why are you up here? Marsh, do you know you're on here? He wanted to steal the show. He wanted to steal the show. I muted him. I don't know what that was. But anyways, we were in Hawaii. I bought her a ring dish. I just felt like they were going to get married. They just recently got engaged and they are getting married this year. So I'm really excited about that. She's an angel, literally. That's so cool. They do. I wish that they could live forever. But I'm not going to clone them like the weird Argentina dude. I'm not doing that. It is all right. I'm not going to get to these other things. We can look at these other maps later. My grandma was really into the Nancy Drew books. I was more of a Harry Potter girly. I had a really big crush on Daniel Radcliffe. I did. I know. I don't know why. I think it's just because I wanted to be a wizard and he was a weird kid. I don't know. I also used to have a really big crush on Aaron Carter, but I think everybody did who was a young girl that listened to music. So, and apparently George W. Bush in 2nd grade. I don't know what's up with that one, but it was a thing. Yep, I am raised here. Squirrel of the corn, to be more precise. You'll probably really love them. I love books. I love books. Is he sleep dialing? No, I think he was switching to actually probably go to bed. And I think that he was switching on an iPad or something to go lay down. I talk so much that he literally has a head, one of those like sweatbands he puts on where he puts the phone up to his head. It's an invention. I told him that he should patent it. He's not really interested in it. Would have saved all of us a lot of phones flopping on our freaking faces, you know? So I know, congrats. I'm so happy for them. I'm actually super sad as well because the wedding is the day after or before my sister gets married. I am very excited for my sister's wedding, but I'm a little bit sad that I'm going to miss it because they met through a time that they may not have met otherwise, that I got to play a part in, and I just love them both so much. Oh my gosh, you called what in the frack, dude? You called 911? Wow, ma'am. I don't know, Chew Blue Goo, but you are the pirate. You are the pirate. I need, maybe, I don't know. He waits for me. He's very kind. I have the world's kindest husband. So he's very kind and he's aware he married a short lady. So he is. Patent a joint wedding. Well, my sister's wedding is in Hawaii, so that would be a little bit difficult for everyone else. I have a couple fun things of travel coming up this year. And Marsh was like, you should live stream from where you're at. I was like, sir, I can't even properly learn how to share my screen differently. You want me to like do this from Mexico on my cell phone or something? Like, what am I even going to talk about from Mexico? And then the people in the next room are going to be calling the police on me or something. I don't really. I'm more like a Larry David the pirate. I'm joking. But thank you all for coming. I'm going to go to bed because I'm going to try to be up at 8 a.m. for church with my mother-in-law. Well, I wish, but they already have a venue too. So I don't think it's possible. They're stateside. So, and I will be enjoying my Hawaiian paradise. I will. Thank you for coming, Curveballs. I'm glad that you found this channel too, even though your name is giving me a little bit of braces to my lips, softball PTSD. I'm joking. Today was a little bit boring, and I know that it was not as fun as bringing something completely new because it was like a part 2 of this. There's a few other things I've been running down, so we will be back for more next time. Maybe we'll freaking talk about mirrors on Tuesday, or freaking burns, or whatever that freaking thing's called that you guys think is all there in the video that's not. But thank you. Love you all. Have a good night. Happy Mother's Day. For those of you that today is a difficult day, I'll be praying for all of you. If you've lost someone, if you struggle with this day, and I'm sorry that I did not put a disclaimer before talking about that because I know that can be a little bit traumatic. But thank you. Have a good day. And don't marry guys that take more time in the mirror than you do. Red flag. The flag is flagging, if that's a thing. And also red flag to everyone who saw a burn or berm. The Bermuda hill that did not exist. Have a good night.
I don't give a Dom. You found it today? Damn, dog. You should be making content. You should be making some content, bro.
Don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Safari hat on. Here she comes.
So bear with me.
In my opinion, allegedly.
If I am not late, did I really show up